Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Friday, June the 21st, first day of summer. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me, see my screen. And somebody, thank you, William, and maybe somebody in YouTube can do the same. Just want to make sure you guys can hear me and see my screen. Thank you, M. Silk. All right, guys. So big news after hours yesterday with this Sarepta. Take a look at Sarepta. After hours, massive news. FDA approval, I guess, for a muscular dystrophy drug. Massive move. Look at this. I mean, $120 up to $164 now, and some pretty lofty price targets have been put on it. I think I saw 220, 230, 250, various firms. 200, here's 200 by Baird from 170. I know I saw, at any rate, big news for Sarepta, SRPT. And it's holding, the post-market high was 181. So it's dropped, $20 from there, but it's kind of holding the pre-market highs. This one is not moving higher, guys, but this caught my attention. I'll show you why. So here's space, okay? So why am I showing you space? 19,000 shares, up 5 cents. Why would I possibly be showing you safe or space? So yesterday, on the 20th, Morgan Stanley has raised their price target. This is Virgin Galactic. I had to make sure it was the same company. Has raised their price target to $35 from $1.75. I had to keep reading this to make sure it wasn't originally 35 and now they're talking 175. So they're raising their price target to $35 from 175, and that is for SPCE. That was yesterday. And that's Morgan Stanley. Yeah, maybe. Anyway, I thought that was rather interesting. They did have some news yesterday. Virgin Galactic, new contract with for the Delta class spaceship. But anyway, I just found that kind of interesting. So what else? This is a sub $1 stock, SPEC, not space. And this is up 109%. Trying to find any news on it. I don't see any news on it. There's got to be something. You know what's happening is my news service, and there we go. Let me see if it changes now to SPEC. No, I don't see any news on it. You think that's a mistake, Stevie? Well, let me take a look again, because it wasn't just one headline. Okay, so there's one. There's Reuters, unless they all got it wrong. There's Dow Jones Global. And then it says maintained underweight by Morgan Stanley. Anyway, I guess there's got to be. No, I know I'm not. I mean, I'm just copying. I'm just showing you what I'm seeing. Yeah. Anyway, I just thought that was interesting. It didn't make any sense to me. Minim, guys, MINM. Now this popped up and it came right back down. MINM. So it got up to 470, right back down to 350. I don't see any specific news on it. I know others have kind of looked, tried to find something. I cannot see anything. Other than, it's a low float, 1.33 million in the float. KAVL is getting thumped down a little bit here. Just looking to see if there's a financing. Smith & Wesson, SWBI, this is an earnings play. Not too many earnings plays. SWBI, moving down on earnings. You know, this is a big area, guys. I mean, just take a look at this weekly chart for SWBI. The next low looking left, I mean, it's almost right there on the weekly. Next low is 1586, so it's actually below that. I mean, there's no support really on the weekly chart for SWBI. I mean, the next low is way down here at 1313. So I'd be keeping an eye on this to see if this breaks down like it is right now. Not very much volume yet. Most of the gap down, of course, happened after hours when they did release earnings. Another earnings play, not doing, like it's not up. In fact, it's hardly up at all. Just thought I'd show it to you though. CarMax, KMX, big area right there is a 200-day moving average for KMX. 200-day moving average, not that far away, 60 cents away or so. Now, ONON was moving down. I could not see any news on it. It may have recovered somewhat. Not really. ONON is circulating. Okay, so this was yesterday, though. Sorry. This was yesterday. I don't see any news on it. Not for today, anyway. ONON. I'm sure there's got to be something going on, but we're in for a mildly negative open. We had a bit of a disconnect day, actually a pretty big one. Dow was up quite a bit. Nas was down quite a bit. So we had a bit of a disconnect day between the value stocks and the revenue stocks or the growth stocks. Now, NVNO, just as I was going to be opening, wow, look at this. Oh, man, there were shorts available for me also at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, so NVNO, yeah, that was the news. Company reported interim venous ulcer healing, etc. So that was the news, and that popped the stock up to 613, and then it got all the way back down to 420. So immediate sort of euphoric reaction to the press release, and then reality setting in. I mean, it's gone negative. Now, I had ALUR on my list also. This was a big one from yesterday. And let's see if it's holding, though. Yeah, not holding. So when I saw it, it was up here at 276, but okay, not holding. Yeah, not saying too much today, guys, really. I mean, obviously the Sarepta, SRPT. I mean, it may be a fade now. I mean, I have 1.87 million shares at Interactive Brokers to available to short. So there's plenty of shorts available. It's at the pre-market low is, well, it was just there. 162 is the pre-market low approximately. All right. Well, let's see if they do the same thing as that. What was that? The LRHC? Was that the one? So William is saying that RSLS. Yeah. So they're doing the same thing. Yeah. So they're yanking. They were doing a financing. Now they're yanking it, I guess. And this is causing the stock to pop. This is sort of the new game in town. Well, that's new, but I mean, we're seeing a few more of these. Companies, they say, you know what, we're going to do a financing, tanks the stock, and then a few days later, you know what, we don't like market conditions. Not that they changed immensely in 3 days, but we're going to yank our the idea of doing a reverse split or raising money, I should say. This is sort of the poster child for that. The LRHC. I think they announced the reverse split in this area here. Got down to 58 cents. 3 days later, they said no reverse split. Goes from 58 to 183. Pulled back, and then they had some other type of news a couple of days ago. But this is the nonsense right here. What is the symbol, Casa? Oh, Zealand, ZELA. So it's not Zila. What is the symbol for that Zealand Pharma? Well, I guess I can type it in. Zealand Pharma. So it's a okay. It's a pink sheet stock. I guess it's a pink sheet stock, right? ZLDPF. Probably not going to have what? Well, that can't be. All right. Anything else sneaking in here? Did see this SLDB. I think it pulled back though. All right. It has pulled back. It got up to $8. It's back down to $7. SLDB. I guess the big deal right now is it is still above the 200. It got through the 200-day moving average. It fell down below it yesterday, but now it's a little bit above it. The 200-day moving average is 679. Next high looking left is 753, 748 or so. And it got way above that in the pre-market. SLDB, let's see if is there any news on this one? Company announced expanded US. This is Sarepta. I'm sorry. So for some reason, it's bringing up Sarepta when I'm have SLDB. I don't know. Maybe this is a sympathy play. Okay, yeah. So solid. So they do the same thing, Duchenne muscular dystrophy, as Sarepta. So that must be the reason. A sympathy play with SRPT. All right, William. All right, guys, let's take a look at the major sectors, see what's happening there. Again, we're in for a mildly negative open. In fact, maybe not at all. SPY is recovering almost at the close of yesterday. So let me get the major sectors up and see what's happening. All right, what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So there's XLE, energy. This is the main ETF for energy. 76% in green. That means that 76% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. And now look at Ball. Now, I saw that pen. This is not Bally. Okay, there's something. Okay, 5 shares. Sorry. I saw that pen is active today, or active yesterday. Like the Boyd, BYD, or somebody is maybe taking a run at them, and that's PENN. Anyway, this is what we're seeing here, the major sectors. So nothing. Now, what's this PBW? I don't know what PBW is. The clean energy ETF, no volume. Give me a moment. I'm just going to try something here. Yeah, so this is going to, so I think this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to put at least a minimum of 10,000 shares in all of these. So we get rid of these crazy ones that have like 5 or 6 shares, but I'll have to do that. I'll have to do that later. Not hard to do. All right, guys. I don't think I have shorts for KAVL. No, I don't have shorts for KAVL. Yeah, $6 million financing. So here's a American Rebel. This is probably under $1, right? Yeah, this is under $1. Signs a Connecticut distribution agreement with DiCello or distributors for the state of Connecticut. So that is some news for AREB. What else do they do? What do they actually do? Safe self-defense products. Okay. Yeah, just sinking here. Yeah, too bad. No shorts. No shorts for me. KAVL. Getting right back down to from whence it came a couple of days ago, 3-4 days ago, $1.33. Imagine that. I mean, pops up to 8 something, back down, right back down. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys. I always find today a bit of a sad day. We turn the corner today. Now we start losing. I mean, it's amazing in Vancouver. It's about sunny, well, sunny, but certainly very clear at 4:30 in the morning up till 10 at night. But we turned the corner today, and now the starts getting less. I mean, only by seconds every day, but we start getting less sunlight. Okay. Holo was active yesterday. Yeah, still under about $1. Ha ha ha, D888. Having said that, it is finally shorts weather. So I am in my shorts. All right, guys, I think what I'll do now is I'll get my layout up that I'm going to use once this market opens. Actually, I'll wait just a bit. I'll wait just a bit to see if anything's going to sneak in here. This AKAN, yeah, I mean, yeah, Bitcoin. Yeah, that's what I wanted to comment on Bitcoin. Like, I mean, there appears to be a disconnect now. I mean, when the market was going higher, Bitcoin was going higher, but boy, Bitcoin is just, somewhat in disfavor right now. So this is it's a pretty big level now that it's taking out right here, this 36.39 for IBIT. If you want to, trade an IBIT here. I mean, the next low looking left is 34.82. But the trend is definitely down. Yeah, MINM is now coming back, guys. So it had the massive pop up here, 469, big drop down to 325, and now over 4 again. The next high looking left on the daily chart is 415, and then over here, 462. And again, in the pre-market, it got up to 469. So basically up to this level. And there was no news that we could see. I don't think we could see fine for MINM, other than the fact, it's a low float, 1.33 million in the float. So it might be just one of those deals in which somewhere, some group, somebody is pumping this thing. Yeah, it is. Where's the VWAP for this? 314. Sorry, 377. So you can see it got down it got way down below the VWAP, but it popped through the VWAP. I'm talking about the MINM. And on a weekly chart, yeah, there's the high right there. That's just basically the same high as in the pre-market. Same high right over here. So on the weekly chart, that is 4 weeks ago. Somehow, man, if it takes that out, then on the weekly chart, there's room until 537. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but if it can somehow take out the pre-market highs, I'm going to stick an alert up in that area. and see if it gets close. All right, now I will get the layout that I'm going to use once this market opens. Why are you pinned? All right, guys. What I'll do is I will flash the relative strength one, okay, so that we can still see it before the market opens. Okay, give me a moment as I just rearrange a few things here. I don't know why it kind of jumbles up just a little bit. Okay, and again, I'll be running the 3 races. This race you see at the top here, the biggest gain is from the start of the race. This one is the super active ones. You're going to see some big moves in here. These two here, large cap losers and large cap gainers, you'll see moves. You just won't see the huge percentage moves. But these can be really good also, guys. I mean, in terms of, watching stocks that maybe are not as volatile, but give you kind of better, I don't want to say better setups, but maybe call them more relaxing type setups. No, Daniel, you'll have to, no, individual, all individual, okay? You pick and choose what you want from my homepage. Not everybody wants everything, right? So it's pretty simple. I mean, you should know by now, I think, how to load one of my scans. I know you said you had a problem yesterday. Oh, okay. Well, don't have them all up and running though, Daniel. Please do not have them all up and running. All right. Way too much. Remember now, those scans that I've got, 1 minute to the open. Okay. The scans that I'm sharing on my homepage, I mean, those are just, a bunch of scans that I've created a lot more scans over 14 years, but, I don't have them all up and running. How do you turn off your aftermarket data? Aftermarket data, where on your charts or? Simple, just right click on your chart and properties. I have them both checked, show pre-market and show post-market. So if you don't want to see post-market, just uncheck the show post-market. Okay, uncheck, see what I did? So just right click on your chart, properties, and right at the top, you can uncheck show post-market. All right, guys, we're now open. Okay, what's happening here, large cap gainers, there are no stocks yet meeting the filter requirements. That's why this is empty. Yeah, we have our first halt of the day, guys. Halted on the way up or halted on the way down. Okay, OBIO, first halt of the day. All right, guys, look at Sarepta now. Sarepta is in fade mode. All right, ONO. Wow, look at this move down. I did not see any news on this one. Not today, anyway. There was some news yesterday. Actually, yeah, yesterday. Oh. All right. Yeah, there's the MINIM. MINM. Boy, nothing, guys. No stocks meeting the filter requirements on the large cap gainers. Nothing yet. I know a lot of you still follow GME. GME is having a nice pop here, guys. GME is having a nice little pop. Yesterday, it got up to, before I pulled back, 25, around $26. Okay, here's one, guys. Yoshi Haru. This just got halted. YOSH. This just got halted. And this looks like it's hard to trading. Okay, I thought it might have been a fairly recent IPO. But so this just got halted. Maybe, I don't, doesn't look like it. It's going to give me the opportunity, but I have to wait and see. So what am I talking about? So first of all, this blue screen you see here, nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Shows the halt price. You can't see the symbol, but it is YOSH. Halt price is 470. This column here is showing you where it could potentially open. Now, typically there are 5-minute halts. So this number this is a moving target, okay? It doesn't mean it's absolute. In fact, you just saw move to 480. So my personal best case scenario is that when it opens, yeah, if it opens a little bit above the 470 and then it drops down below the 470, not by much, and then it pops through the 470 again, that's when I will sometimes take the trade. Okay, not saying that that's what you should do, but that is something that I've noticed can turn into a pretty decent quick trade. These are all going to be quick trades. Look at the float here, 570,000. I check another website to see if that is correct, but all right. Well, there's the MINIM, guys. MINIM just took out the no, it didn't. There's the pre-market high. Close. MINM. Now, I should also say I typically don't like trading in the first 15 minutes. I do like to try to see things settle down a little bit. Other thing I should have mentioned, if you have our AI, this is all I would look at. Strategy Trades All, how to load that. Click on New from the toolbar. There are 3 that start off with Premium AI. Pick the middle one that says Premium AI Strategy Trades Window. You notice it's blank. No alerts until at least 9:40 Eastern Time. The other thing I would do is I would get rid of, if this filter box does not say none, click the little down arrow and uncheck whatever is checked. So it says none. My opinion is that you should see the alerts all day long. Wow, there's Gordy, guys. Gordy is on the move here. GRDI, the big one from yesterday, got up to 170 yesterday. Wow, this is a little unusual. Not one stock. It's based on this top list. And look, zero in here. No stock is meeting any of the filter requirements. On the filter requirements here, between $10 and $50, 500,000 shares min, 500 million market cap min, 50 million float min, things like that, and up 2% from the close. It's not like the market is tanking either. I mean, the Dow's up a little, and Nas is down a little, but just no stocks, no large cap stocks moving with those filter requirements. Yeah, I don't think there's not much happening in terms of existing home sales. The economic calendar today. So 9:45, we have I guess this has affected it. 9:45, so 7 minutes from now. PMI composite flash. Ooh, where did Yosh open? Too bad. Yeah, so even if it gets down below 570 now, the fact that it popped up to 529, that'd be yeah, see, it's way too jumpy right now. For me anyway. So anyway, where was I? So at 9:45, we have the PMI composite flash. 10 o'clock, we've got existing home sales. 10 o'clock, leading indicators. And that's basically it for the day. No Fed speakers today. All right, finally, we've got a couple now, guys. ASAN. All right, so there's a good morning. Why did NVIDIA drop yesterday after hitting the peak? I don't know, profit taking? I mean, stocks don't keep going up forever, but I don't have any special insight. You know, It's a question from our YouTube room. I don't see there was any specific news for NVIDIA, that would have caused it. But, I mean, eventually a stock is just, needs a breather, perhaps. A little pullback. Look at MINM, guys, now. Takes this out right here, that high. Then, again, on that weekly chart, 538 is the next high. All right, so this is okay. Here's CLOV, guys. Bit of a move here. Saw this in the pre-market, but it wasn't. Didn't have a lot of volume. The triple or quad witching day. Is there still a quad, Peter, in our YouTube room? Boy, this has been a choppy one now. So there's HIMS, had a little bit of a run for the market open, and now a big red candle down. This guild yesterday had some news, right? And it had some news yesterday. Pretty big news, I guess. And this is a nice continuation for GILD. All right, Smith & Wesson SWBI. Now, this is, we looked at this in the pre-market. This is a pretty big area to try to hold, I think, this 15. Just as I'm speaking about it. Wow, all-time high now for Ryan, R-Y-A-N, Ryan. 24 times normal volume right now. Big gap up. Yes, somebody mentioned that one. Thank you. Yeah, somebody mentioned. So they're going to be in the S&P Midcap 400. So that is the reason. Yeah, that is why I stayed out of Yosh. I mean, way too jumpy. Dow. I don't mean the Dow. I'm talking about Dow, DOW. This is really getting hit here now. Well, it's starting to fall. I should say it's only down 1.3%, but starting to really pick up some steam on the way down. So they had an announcement yesterday, an agreement to acquire Circulus, adding 50,000 metric tons, etc. So I guess they're doing some kind of so they're buying this company called Circulus. So that was yesterday. Market didn't like it. Market still doesn't like it. Well, CLSK guys, moving down here, and of course, Bitcoin mining. And if you're going to play any Bitcoin play, I would have IBIT. Okay, I have that one as a thumbnail chart to check what's happening. Okay, so at 9:45, so the PMI came in high. I can't remember anymore if that's good or bad for the market. Okay, so that means all right, well. All right, guys. Well, CLSK looks pretty bleak right now. There's room down here, 1678. Kind of watching this CLSK as potential short. All right, guys. Now CMTL. Let's take a look at CMTL. See what it is doing. Just over $4, and well, obviously on a weekly chart, I have to back this out quite a bit to see where the next highs are. Next high looks like around 486. So this has got some room. CMTL has got some room. Big pop up here, big topping tail now. Low float, 26, not crazy low, but it is 26.9 million in the float. Don't see any specific reason for it. I'm just scouring some headlines. I don't see any specific reason for it. Moving down. All right, guys, SWBI through the 200-day moving average now. Big deal now. 1460, just a little bit below the 200-day moving average for SWBI. Earnings play. And this is an AI alert from RAI also. Nice alert, 1501 on the short right there. You can see it. So far down 50 cents. All right, guys, SWBI. Nice, nice, nice. SWBI. If you have our AI, you saw where the alert was. I can show you now. 1501, 1438 now. Nice one from the AI, our AI. Earnings play continuing to move down. We mentioned this one in the pre-market, had room down to about 13 something, I believe. And again, the big deal, it took out the 200-day moving average. Ah, shoot, this was sortable for me. Interactive Brokers, SLDB. Basically yeah, that's what I thought, because now I'm seeing the headline. You know, it was a sympathy play with Sarepta. I guess they try to do the same thing. So AKAN, I guess it's got, wow, 1.89 million in the float. What sort of room does it have? Next high in the monthly, daily chart, 231. So it's above that, of course. Just trying to eyeball this. Actually, 308. I was wrong. 308 looks like the next high on the daily chart. Got up to 288 before it pulled back. AKAN, low float. Ah, it's a cannabis play. Did not know that. And Akaya, AKY, Akoya, I guess, Akoya. So this has 295. Yeah, it's relatively close. 295 is the next high. Looking left on the weekly chart. On the daily chart, 270. So for me, it's just there's just too much potential resistance not that far away. Now listen, oh man, SWBI guys, great alert. Okay, SSP, it's got a little bit of room. The next high looking left is 254. A little bit of room. That's about what? 24 cents or so. 25 cents. So far, these little ones are not holding their gains. MINM, take a look at MINM at 1-2 races, but got up to what, 449, DAC down to 4. Okay, so this is going to be acquired. This is the news on this one for $1.43 a share by Alteris affiliate. Okay, so that's the reason. Didn't see the halt in the first place, but just resumed, and that is SHCR. me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys. So 10 o'clock, there was some more economic stuff. We got existing home sales and then something called leading indicators. After that, really nothing. Unless you're a natural gas player, there's something at 10:30. Inventories. Cisco, look at Cisco on the move here, guys. Big float, 13.4 billion in the float. Cisco's on the move. A lot of volume just showed up. All right, let's see if some of these ones that won races early, if they're setting up at all. Okay, NXL on the move. Cheap one. Yeah, problem is 135 is the next high looking left. What did it get to? Okay, guys, Abacus, ABL. This is a gap down and reversal. The company announced so they were doing a financing. Okay, so that caused the move down. But now it is trying to rebound. ABL a little bit. Obviously, it's got a ton of room. I don't know what see what the financing price was. $764. Okay, wow. So it's above the financing price. $764 is the financing price. So it is well above that now. Not shortable for me. I was thinking that it might start to fade back to the financing price, but of 764. But even if it did, it doesn't help me because it is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, and that's ABL. How did Sarepta end up? I'm sure Sarepta must be probably fading somewhat. No, not really. I mean, it had to drop down to 157, but then a nice pop, a $10 pop. So kind of hanging in the area. Yeah, we saw it. I don't see that. Where is a Reb? I'm not seeing it anywhere anymore. Yeah, yeah, you're right. Some kind of a deal with Connecticut. Oh, I see. That's why I'm not seeing it. Yeah. So, wow. Unbelievable, isn't it? Like a 30-cent stock, 87 cents, 192%. Low float, of course, 5.89 million in the float. Well, this is almost, I mean, rags to riches, guys. I mean, or riches to rags. I mean, look at this SLDB, piggybacking on the Sarepta news, the SRPT news. I guess they're trying to do the same thing with a similar drug. So popped on that news all the way back down, basically a lifetime low now. I mean, it was a lifetime low probably yesterday or very close to it. What a short. I mean, there were 2.7 million. Oh, I see. I don't have that news. I just see this news. I don't see the other news regarding PFE. You guys are talking about space. Don't tell me it's at $35 now. Well, you know what, guys? I mean, that crazy upgrade by Morgan Stanley that I talked about in the pre-market. I mean, nobody's saying it's going to get to $35 at any time, but we kept looking at this and thinking, is this a misprint? I mean, they had a price target of 175, and now it's 35. I know. Space had some news yesterday, but seems a little crazy. Give me a moment. All right, let Paul here. No, it was some kind of an energy booster thing, not coffee today. All right, guys, let's take a look again at some of these ones that won races. Take a look at the market is trying to put in sort of a bounce. I mean, we had a bottoming tail down here. Buyers closed it here, trying to get green on this candle. So a lot of these ones that in the large cap losers, they could turn into interesting bounce plays, especially if you can see exactly what's happening with ASTS, especially if there's not any specific news for these going down. Maybe it's not an earnings play, doesn't have some bad news, just moving down because of the market. So remember, these won races, they won races because they were the biggest percentage losers for the race. But you can see what's happening. A lot of them are just following the market. See, Mara, whereas if you look at Bitcoin, IBIT, my guess is that Bitcoin, Mara is following Bitcoin completely. So and IREN is another Bitcoin play. All right, guys. KR, maybe keep an eye on KR. I have that one thumbnail. That's why I do see it. KR. This was an earnings play yesterday. Trying to come back, guys. I mean, it's up just a little bit, but it is trying to come back, crawling off that 50 level, and that is KR. Okay, now this one is showing Trex is showing up. A lot of shares available, 1.9 million for me at Interactive Brokers. It's showing up on in the combo scan as a potential short. Now this has already gone down quite a bit. See if there's any news on this one. I don't see any news. I don't see any news. Yeah, I don't see any news on this one. Trex, TRAX. That's a big drop though. Big float, 108 million in the float. Oh man, PJ, that's exactly what I was thinking of. All right, so MINIM, MINM, guys, 422 is the VWAP. So it is still hanging around the VWAP area. Okay, so let's see if it can hold that VWAP area and maybe have a move. It's got room, of course, if it wants to. Problem is it going to take out the VWAP, hold it, and then move? So why don't I should do this? I should maybe put an alert above the VWAP and see if it, first of all, gets there, holds, and then moves. Okay, guys. Now I'm not in this anymore, SWBI, but it is now making another new low. You know, we saw this from our AI, 1501. Didn't take it there, but and then a little confirmation on the combo scan, 1470. All right, guys, GRDI on the move again. GRDI is on the move again. I mean, this got up to $1.70 yesterday, so it's on the move again. I remember if there's any news on this one yesterday, Gardy. Yeah, I mean, your news really. I mean, they got on the 13th, and they said they got a letter from NASDAQ, from the NAS saying they're non-compliant. So I know they're trying to get their price over $1, but they haven't done a reverse split that I can see yet anyway. Is it worth looking at low volume movement? So what do you mean by that exactly, Steve? You're talking about stocks that aren't trading very much, or I mean, I don't, because I want to see stocks as an intraday trader. I certainly want to see stocks that are trading abnormally. So it's not so much the volume, but it's the relative volume. So I don't know what you mean exactly by that question. Is it worth looking at low volume movement? So when you say low volume, not sure I know what you mean. I mean, it's trading 3.29 million, number one. The relative volume is 9.5. So it's certainly, to me, it's not low volume. So I'm not sure. No, that's okay. Don't, if you're new, it's a good question. Depends what you mean by low volume. I mean, to me anyway, the relative volume is the key metric. Okay. That means it's trading 9.4 times normal up to this time of day. Okay. But the absolute volume is 3.3 million. I mean, to me, that's good. Certainly not low volume. Wow, look at Trex now, guys. Trex just getting trashed here through that 200-day moving average a little earlier. And you can see that here's my little thumbnail chart for, you can see the volume is really good. I mean, it's that there was the opening candle, and the volume is still very good for GRDI. All right, now ICU, guys. ICU is maybe interesting. I mean, it's got some room on the daily chart to about 637. Now, this is low volume, 143,000, not a lot. The relative volume is good, but the overall volume is not great. But it could be picking up. It could be just starting. Boy, Trex is just, guys, I mean, this is, I don't see any news on it. I just don't see any news on Trex, TREX. Didn't do anything in the pre-market, really nothing after hours either. But I'm just looking here. I mean, there's something going on, but just can't find any real news on it. Oops. Okay. Relative strength leaders from the close percent. So you're talking, well, it's nothing to do with the time and the close. Okay. It is just showing you stocks that you're talking about this. I don't have it. One of the ones, I don't have it displayed right now. So you're talking, that's the losers. Sorry. Okay, so you're talking about this. This is nothing to do with time. This is just, this is up 149% as we speak. Well, the open is always 9:30. Okay, yeah, I mean that's the open. It's always 9:30. Okay, if that's what you mean. But don't even look at it like that, because this actually works in the pre-market. This is just telling you that this is up from yesterday's close. Yesterday's close, it's up 152%. You could have this running in the pre-market also. Okay. This is not from the open. I see now what you mean. This is not from the open. This is from yesterday's close. You can construct it from the open if you want, but this is from yesterday's close. Well, Clove has actually been pretty good, guys. I didn't take this one from our AI, but it is not too bad, actually. CLOV, I did not take this one. If you are, yeah, I mean, it's from yesterday's close. If you're talking about the relative strength leaders from the close at 4 a.m., whatever time, you're talking 4 a.m. Eastern time, or the minute you open it, it'll be live. The minute you open it, yeah, the minute you open it, it'll be live. You'll see what the what ones have moved the most from yesterday's close. So at 4 a.m. is when we start getting our data. So yeah, I mean, if you're up at that time in the Eastern time zone, and you load that relative strength leaders from the close, you'll start getting data immediately. Okay, we have a question from our YouTube room, and good segue, because I'll be going over my home page and some of the information you can find on it. So you're a beginner, you want to buy, just wondering if I can get training to run this, or I have to learn by myself. Thanks. Okay, well, first of all, when you say, and I'm talking to Bitter Truth in our YouTube room, when you say you're a beginner, are you a beginner to trading? Are you a beginner, or are you just looking at trade ideas for the first time? So maybe define what you mean by being a beginner, and then I can attempt to help you. And I'm just going to put my homepage link in right now. So Bitter Truth, can you hear me in our YouTube room? As I wait for an answer, let me go over my homepage right now, guys. So I hope you guys took advantage of the 25%, because that is gone now. I know it still says, okay, Bitter Truth, and listen to what I'm saying. Okay. I'm going to show you what you can do. So this is not, oh, it is changed. Okay. Rudy already changed it. So hopefully you guys took advantage. We had, the 25% off. We had a 28% off, but we're back to the 15. Okay. So you want to take out a subscription right now. Barry, 15 is the promo code. You'll get 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription, you must do this to get started. Oops. The getting started. 10 short videos. So a little bit of an answer to bitter truth. It runs through your download and install, your first startup and login, what the toolbar is all about, introduction to scans, top list windows, alert windows, 10 short videos covering most of the important topics of trade ideas. Now, if you're new to trading, though, we have a free series of videos for you, okay? Trading 101, all free. I mean, it takes you, as basic as you can get. The first video is, what is a stock? And this is all free. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this all together. So I think that's where you probably want to start if you're brand new to trading. Trade Ideas is called Trade Ideas. It generates ideas, but it's not going to help you at all if you click on an idea and onto a chart and you don't know what you're looking for. Okay. So you really have to have a basis. And I think if the Trading 101 is a great start. I do a stock of the day video that you can sign up for. And the trade of the week, that is also free. Now, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Click here for education is here. User guide. We have a great user guide. So a lot more detail. There's that getting started again, the 10 short videos, but a lot more detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is. You see that I'm running 3 races. I also love to put price alerts on my charts. Look at Gordy now, guys, GRDI now. Watch list. You want to create a watch list, stocks that you want to follow. Here's how you can do it. So there's a lot of information in the user guide. Again, you don't have to learn everything, okay? It's like any other user guide, lots and lots of information, but for the most part, you don't have to learn everything. And getting started series again, daily support. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room, again, between 12 and 1 Eastern time. Today's Friday. It should be Andy. I'll confirm that. And last, if you're looking for my scans that I am currently sharing, and you click on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section, here are the scans that I am currently sharing. Now, I had somebody yesterday saying they couldn't click on it. Couldn't click on it, meaning you can see the click here and the click here. Depends if you've got an old cache version of my homepage. But to make sure you can click here, that is visible and clickable, all you have to do is keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard and then hit the little refresh icon. Okay, so if you can't access this, it looks like you don't see the click here. Again, control key pressed down on your keyboard, keep it pressed down, and then click the refresh icon, and then that should appear. So click here. Here are the scans that I am currently sharing. These are the 3 races, okay, right up here. But I am sharing other, and here's the, not too active today, actually. The Halts resumes. But I am sharing other scans that you cannot see on my other monitors. The 10-day daily breakout. The 10-day daily break. Well, this is the breakout, sorry. The other one was the breakdown. Okay, and I do have a lot of other scans that I'm sharing. I do not have them all up and running, though, okay? I just put a lot of these scans in here. Some might look at a daily reversal. I wonder what that is. Take a look at it. Upside movers versus downside movers. Take a look at it, But please, you cannot have them all up and running. The reason being is that you'll have so many alerts all day long and you'll get nothing done. So again, all I ask is that if you do take out a subscription, use my promo code. This will really go a long way to keeping this room free. This is a free room, 2 rooms, the YouTube room and the main room. They're both free. And the way we keep them free is if you take out a subscription using my code, the rooms get credit for that subscription, okay? And I think there's one big wow, guys. I mentioned ICU. Okay, yeah, it got all the way up to 6. the ominous 666. That's what I thought. Got it right up to 666. Now, if you're new to trading, I mean, these are all very fast moving ones. Okay. This is why I do have the large cap gainers and well, if you're new to trading, you probably don't want to short, but these are large cap movers. They're not as crazy as the smaller cap ones. But let me explain what Trade Ideas is all about. First of all, welcome to the rooms. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and, say 2:30 to 2:45. Okay, I used to say 3 o'clock, but I am knocking off a little bit earlier. But the main room is usually open till 4. I take off early, but William keeps it open until 4. Most days, maybe not today. So this is an example of a scan, okay, an alert window. This is an example of one. So there are a lot of screening programs out there that kind of claim to be scanners, but we don't have to claim to be. We're definitely a real-time alert scanner. So let me show you what I mean. So in this particular scan, if I click on the summary, this is going to tell me exactly what the scan is looking for. So if the stock is between $1 and $100 and the current volume is at least 3, that means this is a ratio. This means it has to be trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. It is time of day sensitive. So let's call it 10:30 Eastern time. This gives it the momentum. This is why I call it a momentum scan. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, 5 minutes, 400% of normal, etc. If all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So the last time that happened was at 10:22 plus 10:22 plus 27 seconds. It is now 10:29. So it's about 7 minutes ago. No other stock since then has met all the filter requirements and made a new high for the day. These are all real-time alerts that you see here. Okay, I'm trying to keep this up and running for just a little bit longer, see if another stock meets the requirements. But that's how it works. You get a real-time alert. You see it right at the very top of the scan. So if you like this scan the way it is, of course you can have it. This is on my homepage, but you may make changes, obviously. I mean, if you don't like the price range, maybe you want a different price range. Maybe you want something else different. Maybe you want to add a filter in that you like. Up to you. But if you like it the way it is, this is on my homepage. Now, if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. I'll click on search this time. So at the very top here, we've got the 2 most popular real-time alerts, new high and new low of the day. But as you can see, as I scroll down, we have a lot of other real-time alerts, and we have all these different filters, screeners, okay? Now, again, if you're new to all this, don't get hung up on the fact that we've got all this and you think, man, this is way too complicated. How can I possibly learn what all these mean? Well, the good news is you don't have to. Now, first of all, if you're starting out, and I'm not just talking to you, Bitter Truth, but anybody else listening, if you're starting out, you have to have some kind of a trading plan. You have to practice trading because you don't know necessarily how you want to trade. I happen to be somebody who likes to see stocks near the new high and new low of the day. I'm, I guess, more what I call a momentum trader. So consequently, the only 2 filters or only 2 real-time alerts that I use are the new high and the new low of the day. That's it. And just a handful of the filters. I want a certain price range, a minimum relative volume, things like that. So I hardly use any of the other ones. Doesn't mean these are bad. It just means for my style of trading, this is all I care about. So the only reason there are so many is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people, there we go. We just had another new real-time alert, TBBB. So the company felt that most people probably would not want to have to create or learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So that's why they had to have a lot of different real-time alerts and different filters. So the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for if they want to build their own scans. But notice I'm sharing a lot of my scans. So if you don't want to build a scan from scratch, and you like some of the ideas that I've got, or if you click on new and then dock channel bar, these are all theme-based channels. A blockchain mining channel, opening range break. We have a lot of scans in here. I click on the show more. These are all theme-based channels. Okay, so there are a lot of scans here. Plus, as I've said before, I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time, and one of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. We all have different trading styles. The 5 days of the week, 5 different traders. I think it's always a good idea to listen to somebody else's take on the market, and they have scans themselves. So, we have a lot of ways in which, you can, you don't want to build your own scan from scratch. Probably something that I have or one of the other traders has will probably get you going. And then you can always tweak them. Triple B Foods. Interesting. And then again, this room is like this, so you can ask me questions all day long. This is the trading room, but I'm certainly prepared to answer questions all day long also. We also have a simulator that you can practice trading. You need our standard service, and it uses our real-time data. So, cannot emphasize enough that if you're going to start trading, you better practice first in a simulator. If you cannot make money in a simulator, forget about trying to make money when the market, using live real money. No, making money in a simulator does not absolutely translate to making money once, using real money. But I can almost guarantee if you can't do it in a simulator when there's no pressure, awfully hard when all of a sudden you start seeing your P&L, your real money, your P&L jumping up and down. Well, this FLYE is certainly an active one. The spread can get a little crazy. Started trading as FLYE right here, June the 6th, and there's your high up here. So the races are also, if a person is starting out, the races are also a good way to start, because automatically creates a top 10 list for you to follow. Now, you don't have to have every races, because obviously there'd be 30 stocks here, but you might want to concentrate on a large cap gainers. They're less, you're not going to get the giant percentage moves, but sometimes, they're a little less strenuous to trade, and it creates, so how the races work. You notice I'm running 4-minute races. Now, of course, you can run whatever time period you want, and if you want more information about races and all, you can go to the user guide and click on the TI stock races. But just in general, how this works is, so all races start off from a top list window. And of course, you can create your own top list window with your own parameters. In my case, I want to see stocks between 1 and 50, minimum 200,000 shares, and it has to be up at least 2% from yesterday's close. If any stock meets all of these criteria, okay, when the race starts, the stock that is moving the most since the race starts you'll see it at you'll see it at the very top. So since this race started 3 minutes ago, ICU has moved 3.66%. Okay, that doesn't mean that it's at it's at the let me try to explain here if I can. Okay, so in this particular case, yes, ICU is actually up 20%. You can see, from remember that's the open or from the close. But the thing is that if you had a whole list of stocks that met all those requirements, okay, and some stock was way down here, and all of a sudden started to move, you'd never be able to know that, okay? And you've got a huge list of stocks, but if some stock down here really started to move and move up, but you wouldn't see it, okay, because it's buried down here, but you would see it in the race, if that makes sense. So it's so as the stock starts moving up this board here, but you'll see it right here without having to, here's SGRY. It's up what, 4.9% from the open, 4.8% from the close. Now, what if it all of a sudden started to really move? Now it's up 5% from the open, 6%, 10%, 20%. You'd never be able to know that, but the race takes care of that. And what happens is it automatically creates a top 10 list for you of the stocks that win the most races over the course of the day. And so now it gives you something to focus on, which if you're just starting, now you don't have to, you can construct your own races, of course, with your own parameters. But if you don't mind these, here are 3 that I am sharing. But again, these are large cap. So if you look at this top list, first of all, there's not that many stocks in here. Why? Well, remember the other one didn't have this. Has to be a market cap of at least $500 million. The float has to be at least 50 million, 500,000 share minimum, etc. So, these 2 filters here prevent a lot of these stocks from showing up because, their market caps are just not that big. But having said that, they can be a lot less strenuous for you to take a look at and try to figure out how to trade, because these can go up, but they can drop very, very quickly also. So let's just take a look at one. This is Spirit Aerosystems. So I had a nice pop. And the reason was Boeing nearing deal with company after months of talks, okay? So this is ASAN won 7 races, okay? Now it's finally starting to pull back. So again, you might look at, and if you're new to trading, you won't know what this is, but the VWAP, okay, 1249. So, the average weighted or the volume weighted average price, that's where a lot of the action price wise is. And, that's an indicator that a lot of people pay attention to. And so it's approaching it. So a lot of people will look at that 1249 and wonder, will that act as support? It's moving down into it. Will it act as support and then bounce off that and resume? As an example. Well, this one's showing up a Palladium shares ETF. So Palladium, look at this. It's a big, well, we have a big float for it, Div. The question is, what is the float for Clove? And that's a big float, 407 million. Now, is that right? that, you know what, that seems a little strange to me. 32% to be up 32% with that float. So let's just take a look at another website. No, that is the float. Wow. That is the float. That is a massive move, guys, for with that float. That is the float. I just checked another website that I trust just to confirm that is the float. That is an impressive move, 31%. Oh, I see. So somebody, you know what? Somebody did mention that earlier. This is an insider purchase by a company director. That's a lot of shares. So he committed a lot of money. I mean, at these current price, I don't know what the price was. Okay. Well, buys $1 million, co-founder. So over $1 million worth of stock. Yeah, 877,000 times 1.14. So it must be just a little over 1 million. So yeah, I do. Yeah, because it's rare that you'll see a move like that. That percentage move like that with 400 million in the float. Very rare. I see you. It just was. Well, I mean, look at the room it's got. 962 now on the weekly chart. On the daily chart, 784. So it still has some room. Very low float, 2.9 million in the float. And if you're new to all this in terms of why am I referring to the float and all, the float is the available number of shares that can be traded on a daily basis. Okay. So if you look at Apple, I'll use Apple as an example. So there's the float for Apple, 15.46 billion. But if you look at the shares outstanding for Apple, it'll be more than that. So typically what happens is you take the number of shares outstanding and then you start to subtract what all the C-suiters own, the CEO, the COO, the CFO, etc., big mutual funds. And then because those shares typically cannot be traded on a daily basis. So you start subtracting all that and you get to what's called the float. Okay. So, I mean, Apple has a huge float, 15 billion, 50, that's why I typically don't, trade Apple. It doesn't move enough for me. I know some can play options and all that, and that's great. But I typically don't look at stocks like this just because of the float. So when you get into a low float situation, like ICU, that is That is a very low float, 2.95 million in the float. I consider that anything under 20 million is pretty low, but we're seeing some situations where we're getting floats under even a million. So just think of it like this. That is the supply of stock, okay? And that is available. If there is demand for whatever reason, okay? And in this case, I mean, it's not a huge amount of shares, but it's 14.9 times normal. That's it. That's usually the only reason a stock can go up 27%. Okay. You have high demand and low supply. Now, in some of these situations, we've seen, stocks that have traded like hundreds of millions of shares with low floats, and they've gone insanely high, 300, 400%. So just think about any commodity on earth. You have low supply, but high demand. What happens to the price? It goes up. Same thing with stocks. Low supply, high demand, the price goes up. Now, the problem is once that demand dries up, and you can tell demand by look at these volume bars here, once it starts to dry up, then the stock can just absolutely lose all the momentum and go down more quickly than it went up. So that's why you've got to be awfully careful if you're going to play a low float stock. You cannot wander away from your computer. And these are not low float stocks. Okay, these large cap gainers and losers, they're not low flow stocks. That's why you are rarely going to see any stock even up 8% in here. Okay, because it takes a lot of volume to move it 8%, 10% if it's a large cap. That's why this move for Clove is pretty astonishing, to be up 32% with that float. Okay, guys, so let's see what happened here. This is an IPO, I guess. Yeah, so this is an IPO, 2 million shares at $4 a share. So far, no excitement about it. It's underneath that $4. Now, anybody know where they're from? I can do a quick look, but if somebody knows off the top, if it's US or is China, Singapore, let me just do a quick check. It is Singapore. Yes, you're right. There it is, Singapore. So this is a Singaporean one. So let's keep an eye on it, guys. These have gone crazy in the past. Let's stick an alert at 425 and see if it takes it out later. Thank you, Damon. Ooh, what's happening with MQ, guys? MQ. So this is just showing up. And the next high looking left is 525. If it takes 525 out and it's not a low float, they don't all have to be low floats, of course, but it's not a low float, but I will stick a price alert right here. That's the next high looking left. Because if it does take that out, then the next high is way up here at 554. So let's see what happens on this MQ. You can see some volume came in, 3.2 times normal volume right now up to this time of day. All right, guys, this FMS is now starting to show up on the 10-day daily breakdown. The only issue I have with it, 1847 is the next low looking left. That might be on the weekly, might be a little close, 40 cents away. I mean, I knew it would get down there, sure, but a lot of times, of course, traders will be looking as it approaches those lows and bail before, like me. So just give me a moment. So I see, here's CLSK. So very tied in with Bitcoin, of course, and take a look at IBIT. And I think IBIT has had a little bit of a pop here. Oops. Yeah, so you can see the Bitcoin plays are probably looking a lot like this now. So let's take a look at Mara. I'm sure Mara will look like that. Not quite as dramatic, but there is a green bar there. Speaking of Bitcoin, sorry, this is not Bitcoin, nothing to do with it. BTMD, wow. Just give me one moment, please. All right, guys, BTMD. Yeah, look at this thing on the move here. BTMD. This is when did it start trading as BTMD? Okay, a while back. Okay, so BTMD, and it is a pretty low float, 28 million in the float. Meanwhile, NXL is on the move now. NXL took out yesterday's high now. Yesterday's high. There's another high looking left, and then another one. So if it takes out this 150, wow, it's got some room. NXL's got some room. Extended though. I mean, it's very extended right now, but can it sort of base a bit before it takes the next level up? Man, NXL, just look at this thing go, guys. Oh, this NRIX, I mean, it was pretty choppy yesterday, but boy, it is still, 2 days ago, it had that great run. Yesterday, another nice run, and it's a 2-year high now. 2-year high, because it was probably a 2-year high yesterday. All right, so Penn had the big news yesterday that there's a buyout report. It says that Penn has been approached by Boyd Gaming. I don't know if the company has confirmed that or not. At any rate, it is starting to fade somewhat now. Give me a moment, guys. Wow, NXL guys. I'm sorry. I was just talking to somebody in our YouTube in Trade Ideas. NXL just absolutely exploding now. Alicia, you are wow. Look at this, just absolutely exploding now. So they had some news yesterday. Awarded a patent by the USPTO related to its deep intracranial frequency stimulation device. Ah, so it's an Alzheimer's. Okay, that was yesterday. That was yesterday, and yeah, a little pop, but nothing, nothing that abnormal. But today, sort of, I don't know if it's a delayed reaction. Man, I mean, now we're, I mean, the next high on the weekly chart is 246. I did not take this, guys. I did not take it. Oh, okay, guys, just give me a moment. Give me a moment. Another maybe interesting one, guys. GDYN, a little bit of room if it takes out this 1025, 1040. GDYN had a nice pop early and a pullback over 10. You know, Pepe, I promised myself I wouldn't do that today. Have myself on mute. I don't think I was on for long. So anyway, looking at the SCS. So this was an earnings play yesterday. Got really hammered down on earnings and trying to recover. I mean, just trying to just turn it right around. I mean, there's the high of yesterday, but you know, it's at the high of the body now of yesterday. And of course, NXL is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. I'm surprised this was not halted, actually. Now, how's the RECT doing? I have not had a price alert on it. I'm definitely keeping an eye on this one. If it takes out the high of the day later on, when could be one of these crazy Singaporean stocks. Could be. Man. Well, again, looking left, 246 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart for NXL. Oh man, guys, I'm sort of feeling foolish, seriously, for not somehow finding a way to get into this NXL. And now, oh, I thought this got halted. Okay, FBLG just got halted on the way down. FBLG halted on the way down. Well, you know, you've always got to be worried about that float, 6 million in the float. But this is a real delayed reaction to yesterday's news. Well, there's Ryan, guys. We talked about Ryan. This is an all-time high, RYA, and it's just making another new all-time high. All right, maybe this one is just starting on NIVF. Okay, I look left and I just see all these areas where it could stall. Unfortunately, all right, guys, 11:17. So I'm just going to confirm it'll be Andy in our YouTube room in about 45 minutes when I take my break. All right, guys. So I got out. I was short that FMS. Should have been long the other one, and I just took myself out for a little loss. FMS showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown right here, 1884. It broke over that. I decided to get out. So, a question in our YouTube room: can I explain the strategy of the float? I don't quite have it. Well, it's not so much a strategy; it's just sort of a data point, right? So it's just that that if a stock is a low float situation, it can have these crazy moves. So when you look at NXL, there's only one way a stock can, usually anyway, only one way a stock can be up 121%. And that is based on the float. The float is the available number, and 6 million, that's very low. Okay, that's the available number of shares that can be traded on a daily basis. Okay. And so that is the supply of stock. If there is huge demand for that stock, and look how many shares are traded today, 17 million. This is going to trade the float, certainly 3 times. Maybe, who knows, by the end of the day, 4 or 5 times. Okay, you just divide the float number into the number of shares that are traded, and that gives you the float ratio. So a low float, it's the only way typically a stock can be up 120%. Apple is not going to go up 120% unless something, insane happens with 15 billion shares in the float. Okay, so it's going to take a lot of buying in order to move Apple a decent percent. Whereas here you can see 6 million. Well, there's a lot of buying, 17 million. And so there is the demand, there is a supply, like any other, again, commodity on earth. If you don't have a lot of something and everybody wants it, the price is going to go up. So that's the con. Now, for me, a stock that has 20 million and under is what I consider a low float. But we're seeing some stocks that are even less than 1 million, which you never used to see several years ago. And but this one, 6 million is still very low. So it's not so much the strategy, it's just sort of knowing why something can do this. But as I said before, when the buying dries up, and all of a sudden people flee taking profit, and then there's nobody left to come in and buy, then that can just catastrophically drop. And that's why I always say, you get into one of these, you cannot leave your computer even for 5 or 10 seconds, because that's all it can take for all of a sudden stock drops $1 just like that. Okay, does that make sense? So it's not so much a strategy; it's just knowing what you're looking at and why. Like why can this go up 119%? Well, it's the float and the demand. Now, we can look at this and go, well, there's no real reason why this should be up 124% in terms of, yes, they've got a US patent for a simulation, Alzheimer's. I understand all that. But does that mean it really should be up 124%? Probably not, but it doesn't really matter what we think. All we have to concern ourselves is trying to find a way to trade it. So, for instance, you can create a scan based on low float situations. Put a maximum float of 20 million as an example, and just see stocks that are moving with low floats. Most of the time, this is going to pick that up. I don't have a filter in here that prevents that only say maxes out at 20 million. Okay, but for a stock to be really moving, more than likely the float is low. Okay, so I don't actually have a float max in here of say 20 million or 10 million, but again, for a stock to be really moving, that you're going to see at the top here, the float usually has to be quite low. That's why when we're looking at Clove, that's like 27% is a big move. And for a move like that with that float, 400 million shares in the float, that is a big percentage move with that float. You don't typically see that. And this was all about one of the co-founders sinking $1 million of his own money into this stock. Boy, oh boy, this is just insanely good. Hope some of you took this, and I'm sure you're not. If you took it, you're probably not in your full position anymore. But wow, 289 is the next high. Looking left on the weekly chart. Very surprised it did not get halted, but it's just math. But I guess even though that looks like had to get halted at some point here, but the math did not kick in. Is ZAP looking to move? Well, let's take a look at ZAP, Z-A-P-P. This is from Alicia in our YouTube room. Nothing's really pointing to it, to be honest. I mean, it's just sort of not really doing much. It's down 11%. Of course, had a big day yesterday. It was actually an earnings play, I guess, yesterday. But nothing is really pointing to a move. It's not a crazy low float, 42 million. So it's going to take a bunch of volume to move it. So I mean, could it move later on in the day? Sure, but right now there's nothing pointing to it. All right, guys, I just confirmed that it'll be Andy in our YouTube room in a little over half an hour while I take my break. All right, guys, I am not seeing too many new things showing up. There's ICU now. ICU, I mean, it's making higher lows now. Okay, we have some bottoming tails. ICU 642, so it is now above the VWAP. Okay, above the VWAP. So this could be. I mean, I like to see the volume increase a little bit, but this could get going again. All right, let's see if ICU has a move here. The VWAP, it's above the VWAP, 642. You can see it's making higher lows. Yeah, KDP on the way down here, guys. So where's the next low? Not that far away. 33.92, so just underneath 34, not that far away. Clove, Shady, CLOV, a co-founder. Says a director here, but one it's okay. Now it says a company director. I thought I said co-founder, but maybe I'm wrong. Anyway, so there it is, $1 million. Now you see here it says co-founder. That's what I saw. And he bought it at 114. Okay, there it is, 114. So it's above the so I don't think he's allowed to dump it all today. All right, I see you. I see you. I don't really see you, but intensive care unit, guys. I see you on the move here. On the move here, guys. It worked. A VWAP play. All right, I just took some off in the 70s, guys, the ICU, okay? So I'm not a big pullback player or that, but we have to. That's why I'm saying, use this like a watch list, check them out, see where they are in relation to maybe the VWAP or some moving average that you like. And we talked about it right there. The VWAP was at 644. It was just a little bit above it. And then I said, well, let's see if it can move from here. That's usually the means I'm in it. Okay. I can't tell people to take a trade. Just point out an opportunity if it makes sense to you, fine. I see. He's a director and a co-founder. Okay, I see what you mean, William. Well, that was good. It was all about the room, right? I mean, it had 724, 725 earlier. Okay, Kitty, just give me a moment. I keep seeing this fold here, and it's just hanging over $10. And boy, I mean, it's got room. Amicus has some room on the daily chart, 1056 or so. It's just hanging over $10. 1007 is, yeah, so there's 1007. 2 days ago, it was 1007, the high. 1006, 3 days ago. So you can see that if it can take this out, I'm going to put an alert around 1010 and see if I can take that out, because then the next high is up here at 1056. All right, guys. Next on the hit parade, perhaps, is RETO. Look at RETO. Next high looking left, 247. Takes that out, $3. So keep an eye on RETO. Again, 230. Sorry, 246 is the next high. And then after that, you're into the $3 range, and some volume coming in to RETO. China, low float, 3.6 million in the float. Not a lot of volume, 200,000 shares, but that is 5.7 times normal. All right, glad I got out of the ICU in that 670 mark, most of it. Now I'm completely out of it. Again, I don't have, not marrying them. Well, you can have it, and then you can just load the top list. Okay, I'll show you how. So what are you looking for? Biggest gainers from the start of the race. So you're looking for this one. Oh, you're looking at this one. Okay, yeah. So just go to my homepage. It all really depends on when you started it. Okay, I mean, it doesn't. Mine is not necessarily the only way, right? All depends when you started it, though. When did you start it? Did you start running it at 9:30 Eastern time? Okay. Well, you can take a look at it. Just scroll to my homepage, or click on my homepage link. Okay, look at my home and click here, and then you can just load it right there. Okay, there it is. And then you know how to open the top list. So there it is. And then here's the open the top list is right here. And then you can see exactly what it's looking for. I don't know how, I don't really, I mean, I created this a long time ago. I don't know what the difference is. Maybe I changed the price range or something. It's 1 in 50, 200,000 shares, up 2% from the close. Maybe it's the price range. I don't know. But again, you don't have to, right? I mean, this is just what I wanted to see, but it's not right. There's no right or wrong. Do I think the market is topping? I have no idea, Sam. I don't, every time people think, we're finally going to sell off in a big way, but I have no idea. I don't have any special insight as to, do I think it's topping or do I not think it's topping? I mean, the SPY, we had a high yesterday at 550, down to 544. I don't know. I mean, maybe it'll drift down. I mean, this is probably an important level to hold, 539. Is a hi, Gyula. Okay, so Chris, okay, just let me answer Chris. So all you have to do is keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard, okay? And then, I'll have to do it. Just give me a moment. So you must be using a cache version of this, okay? So anybody else, if you're trying to click and you want to see my scans, and this does not look clickable like these two, keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard and then click on the refresh button. Okay, the refresh icon, and that'll get it working. Okay. No, we don't have that, Giola. I'm sorry, we don't have that. The actual ask bid prices, trading prices, how many sells and buys happen in a given moment or had in the last hours, not really. I mean, the volume bars can kind of tell you whether or not there were buys or sells, perhaps, but no, what you're asking for, we don't have. Do we have market turn scans? Well, depends what you mean by. Are you talking about stocks that are moving down with the market, or? I mean, these are losers, these are gainers. So, but what do you mean by that exactly? I mean, we have some SPY. I do. So here's the SPY. So, change in 5, if that's what you mean, like a change in 5 minutes, change in 10 minutes, 30 minutes, 15 minutes. So, I mean, if you wanted to see the SPY changing, you put a negative number in here. Okay. So you're not talking about this. You're not talking then about, are you talking about the market, overall market, or we also have the Dow, I think? No. NASDAQ. What do we have? NASDAQ. So we have the change in NASDAQ, change in 5 minutes, 10 minutes. So if you're looking for, well, topping patterns. Okay. So I do have a scan called Bouncers and Toppers. Yeah, we don't have that. Thank you, Edward. Yeah, we don't have that. Definitely. A purchase orders per stock. No. So one of my scans that I do share is called Bouncers Toppers. Okay. Oops. I'll answer your question in a moment, Ryan. Well, who's they, Sam? How are they deciding to call bouncer top? Oh, you're talking about the scan itself. Okay, sorry. I thought you were talking about analysts and things like that. Well, okay, I'll show you. Now, it's nothing is 100%, right? Nothing. I mean, if it were, then we'd all be gazillionaires. But let's, if you click on my homepage link and scroll down to the scan section, oops, one of the ones that's called bouncers toppers. Where is it? Okay, open bouncers toppers. I don't have this up and running, okay? Right now, I don't have it up and running. That's why I have to load it. So this is what it's looking for. So I've got it color coded so that if it's in orange, this is a potential top, and if it's a bounce, it's in blue. So if I break these out, there are 2 scans in here. So if I break it out, potential toppers, okay? Open the alert window. So this is what it's looking for. So the stock has to be up on a 5-minute, has to be up at least five candles in a row, has to be above the VWAP, and the RSI has to be at least 78. If that happens, all these filter values are met, and the stock makes either a new high of the day or a new 5-minute low. Then you get an alert. Now, does it mean, so looking at a new high, that's just saying, wow, this is pretty extended. Now maybe I should start to watch this, and see if finally this is a bit of a high. If it makes a 5-minute low, maybe that's when you act. Again, there's no way that, of course, they're all going to do what you want it to do. But you asked, what is it looking for? That's what it is looking for. And then on a bounce, it's just the reverse. 5-minute candles in a row down. I think the VWAP has to be at 23% and under, or 23 and under. And well, just the flip. So it has to be below the VWAP, 22 RSI, no more than a 22 RSI, down 5 candles in a row, okay? And so the idea then is you just, when you get an alert, you click on it and you see, yeah, okay, this is looking really extended. So here was the alert for WDS right now, okay? Little bit of a bounce. Doesn't mean, though, it's going to have a huge bounce. The other thing about bounces or toppers, you'd like to have the market on your side at least, or certainly not going against you. So if you're going to play a bounce, something that is looking like it's oversold and due to bounce, you don't want to see the market continuing to move down on you. As an example. But again, I don't have this up and running, but you can certainly take a look at it. Okay, so question is, do we have now? So we do have some. I don't use them, but we do have some consolidation or range filters. Okay, and it depends what you mean by a high ATR. Well, not just RSI, Sam. It has to be moving down 5 candles in a row, or 5 candles in a row up. So maybe pretty extended. Also has to be above the VWAP or below the VWAP, depending on the direction. But you can add. I mean, if you have a filter that you'd like to add, you go ahead. So it's not just using RSI. No, it's the candle movement above or below the VWAP. So I think more important as oh, okay. I should answer Ryan first, Tom. Okay. He asked the question. So when you say group windows, are you talking about docking? Like creating I don't dock anymore. Okay. I had all my windows before were docked, but I found it was slowing down my system too much. So I got rid of docking on my end. So are you talking, though, about maybe taking this window and these charts and putting them all into like a container that you can move around? Is that what you mean? Okay. So first of all, I will show you, I'll give you an example, okay, how to do it. But you should also know that you can refer to the our guide, okay, where I'm going to show you. So if you click on my home page, because you might forget. Okay, so if you go to my guide or go to my home page, click on my home page link. And then if you scroll down to the education section right here, click here, and then click on the user guide. And there is a section on docking. Where are you? There you are, docking. Okay. So I'll show you an example. Okay. But you should know there's a reference. Okay. For you. So to dock, I'm going to start off. I'll click new and then I click docked window. Okay. Showed up on another monitor. I'm going to give it a name. You can't see a little dock window title bar shows up. I'm going to give it a name. Unfortunately, I can't move it over because it's locked on my other monitor for a bit. Okay, but here it is. I gave it a name. I called it test. Okay. So if I want to put the biggest gainers from the start of the race in here, or let me put instead of races, let me put this halts resumes in. Okay, but you can do anything you want. You can take any charts, the races. But if I wanted to put this halts resumes in here, then I right click and you see where it says duplicate into test. Duplicate into test. So I do that and I've duplicated. So here it is. Okay. You see, that's the trick. Don't worry about it. I'll show you what I'm. Okay. It can be a little bit of it's a little tricky to start. Let me take my momentum scan, do the same thing, right click, duplicate into test. So now I've got two, and I could take charts, I could take, virtually anything I want and put it into a docked window. Now, most people, you can keep them as tabs like this, but most people want to see all the results without having to click on tabs. So now watch what I do. I'm going to left click on this moment on the title right here, and I'm going to move it down. I'm going to move it until I see this icon pop up, with all the arrows. And so if I want to put that tab, I want to put it to the right of halts resumes, I just click right, and now it's to the right of it. See, this is where it gets tricky. Okay, it's up to you to. It's basically up to you, to organize the way you want. If I want it now below it, for whatever reason, I just click on it, move over, and put it below it. Okay. So imagine you can have, a lot of different windows, charts, etc., in one big dock. Now you can save it. Okay. And that's why when I was using docking, again, I'm not using it right anymore because it was just slowing my system down too much. And, but I would start off, I would call it by dock something or other when I gave it a name and save it to the cloud. The reason I would do that is because if I want to bring it back, file, load from cloud, and in the search, I could just type in dock. And I can see all the dock, any dock window that I had created. Okay. So that's what I did. You don't have to do that, but that's what I did. Okay. Now, as long as you've saved it to the cloud, now you're set to go. Now, if you want to have it as a channel, or do you care? I never saved any. I did not save my docked things to a channel, but so are we good? Okay. Okay. So to answer your question, Tom, now the only thing I would do, Ryan, is make sure you don't put so many into the dock. I still don't know if the company has a complete handle on, creating like a huge dock of like everything in it. It may slow down your system a bit. So range, okay. So we have a couple of things. Now you can have a high, you can use as a filter a high ATR if you want. I Now it depends what you mean by a high ATR. For instance, if I look at let's take a look at ICU. I mean, this will be or NXL. This will be a good example. Okay, I hope I can answer your. Pepe probably knows. Lost the default layouts that come with TI. I don't know what default layouts come with TI, to be honest. Haven't looked at them for years and years and years, but look at NXL though here, okay? The average true range is 24 cents, but the key filter right here, today's range is almost 7 times that, okay? I don't think so, Nick. I think that's a Windows thing you're talking about, right? Like stack all the. I don't think so. I think that is a Windows configuration, and I don't think it works well with us. I think if Pepe's in the room, he could probably answer that. But I think more key is the average true range. Now you want to have, if you want to have a minimum, okay, so there's your answer. Thank you, Pepe. So if you want to, I mean, there is, NXL, an average true range of 24 cents. Today, of course, because it's exploded, that's 7 times that. So what are you really looking for? An average true range that has exploded and then starting to consolidate? Because we do have, or now is in a tight range, because we do have some range filters. We've got to hurry up here because Andy's going to be taking over for me. But we do have some range filters, for instance. Okay, so we do have some range filters. So you can tighten up a 5-minute range. So have a max. Well, it's pretty hard to define if it has a good chance to move up, though, right? I mean, we can. So you're now talking about the position in the days range, and it's ranging at the bottom of the days range. So a stock that like NXL, it was up here, or like where are you talking about? Yeah, so you're getting a little more complicated here. So on a weekly chart, so now are you talking about it for intraday trading, or what are you talking about using it for? Yeah, so okay, so you're not talking about intraday. Well, then you can try using we do have a consolidation filter, okay? Days. You can try looking at this, a stock that has not really moved much in 5 days, 10 days. You can pick your days, how many days you want it to be in consolidation. And then today could be the day it's breaking out with a like a because it looks at the previous days. Okay, today so you could see something that was flatlining for a while, and then but today it's breaking out because it's not looking at today as being part of the consolidation. So you could say, okay, show me stocks that have been consolidating for 5 days but are moving up today. And that could be anything. It doesn't have to be ATR. It could be a new high of the day, high relative volume. But you can try something like this. Just give me a moment, guys. Andy is going to show up any moment now to take over for me. Now, Andy may know, Piyush, how to find your... But if you're talking about like a short swing, and then you're talking, okay, you're not talking intraday at all. So try that consolidation filter, maybe put it 5 days, consolidating in 5 days. And then today, though, it's having like maybe high relative volume, put it at 2 or 3, good volume, minimum, I don't know, 300,000 shares, and then making a new high for the day. You could be seeing then stocks that are breaking out from a consolidation. Yeah, that's my question. What default layouts? I don't know what the default layouts that are coming with TI. I mean, we have a lot of layouts in our channel bar that I don't call them default layouts, but they're just, a lot of layouts. Oops, sorry, put the wrong. This is the YouTube link, guys. So YouTubers, don't worry about that link. This is the YouTube link in. I'm just I'm putting in, just waiting for Andy to show up. I mean, if I click on File, Load from Cloud, no, it'll be something else. There is a default. Andrew. Okay, guys, Andy is in our YouTube room now, so I'm going to put myself on mute. I'll try to help you when I come back from my break. Okay, Tom? If you create the scan, tell me what it looks like, but maybe we can do it together. I just have to take a break now, okay? Okay, guys, so I'm muting myself in the main room, and now I can welcome Mr. Who's on today? Andy. Andy. Brain freeze there.
Yeah, what's happening, Barry? Morning.
Morning. Yeah.
Yeah, crazy. Low floaters have been crazy today. A couple
low floaters have been crazy today. Look at the NXL. I don't know if you saw NXL. NXL, not NXL, yeah. But NXL.
I see that.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Just
well,
went
nice if you caught it at the right spot, right? If you chased it up to $2, that would have been tricky, but you could have got a.
Well, when I first saw it, unfortunately I was doing something else when I was talking to the room about it, and when I first saw it, it was at $1.50.
Nice.
And I thought, okay, well, maybe and it had some news yesterday about something to do with Alzheimer's, but it obviously didn't really move that much yesterday. But today, it maybe it's a delayed reaction. And
yeah,
it just absolutely exploded.
I see that. So, that was a nice break there. If you look at my cursor, right around 175. Break.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, very nice.
So anyway, there we have it. So
nice.
Another low floater. Yeah.
Yeah.
Lots of them. Have you had a chance to? I better not say it out loud. So I was going to say Michael's new one. So I guess you haven't had a chance to play with that.
Oh no, Michael's? Are you talking about? Are you talking about Ripsters?
No,
Okay.
not Ripsters. No, the other
Okay.
one that's
Go no go.
yeah, that
Is
one. Yeah.
okay. Gotcha. No, no, I haven't. I haven't.
Okay.
Have we got a doc already for it?
Yeah, you can ask them for it.
Okay. Yeah, I'll do that. Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure. For sure. Yeah, I want to see that.
Yeah.
All right, Barry. Enjoy your hour,
I
man.
will. Got some
Yeah.
watering to do. I got some workouts to do. I got a video to do.
Well, hey,
So,
take the full Monty, the full 9 yards,
well,
whatever.
I'm not going to do the full Monty.
Okay. All right, man.
Okay.
Take the
Bye.
whole 9 yards. All right, buddy. Take care. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the support webinar. My name is Andy. If we've never met, this is what we call the support webinar. So if you have a question about the software, just be sure to drop it in the chat there, and we'll try to get to it. Otherwise, we will talk stocks and we will talk markets and anything else. Now, unlike Barry, my day trading days ended about 15 years ago. I did that for about 15 years. So I've been swing trading since. So a little different style here. You'll see some different scans on mine as well. I will day trade every now and then if I see something, but for the most part, I'm a swing trader. It is quad witching. Spies, or I thought we would come down and hit this 10 period moving average. Let me move that up. Catch that 10 period moving average. We could not get there this morning. Sam ask Michael when he gets back, but I'm sorry, ask Barry because I don't have access to that yet. In all honesty, if it's something we're building for our channels, we're not able to share those because they're proprietary, and we got to wait and get them into the channels. So there's more than just us involved. So anytime we have a partner that's using their proprietary uh, setups, we have to actually officially like build a channel and get all the dots contracts signed. Yes, we do communicate on Slack, but I can't. If you're saying that because you want me to get the scan for you, I just told you I can't get that for you. Right, Sam? All right. So we'll see what happens today in the spies. I can definitely see a narrow range, kind of a doji day, sitting just above this 10 period moving average. One of the trades I did highlight in my video today to tell the people to keep an eye out for this is I love these kind of, and people do, you have a tendency not to think. Everybody's looking for stocks that are kind of breaking up into the outside, but this Micron this morning was just a oh, okay, Sam, no problem, buddy. Uh when you had this incredible momentum run in the semis, and then they took a hit, and then today they opened up and this thing got crammed down. I was bidding it a little bit lower, and then I had to chase it. I actually got it at 136.80, but that's the kind of like I said, kind of out of the box style where you're looking for drives downs to, strong stocks that are driving down to a location, but they can be very uh, uh, a good trade, if you get a good entry on something like that. Now, I was afraid this thing was just gonna doji, so I did take a little bit off already, but, that Amazon picked up yesterday, that one is looking good. Trying to break. I'm just gonna go ahead and put an alert right here if it goes through that high. I doubt I will add to that position today, but Hood, nice reversal in Hood today. Now this one, I've been in for a while, but boy, yesterday that was just so nasty. Yesterday I had to thin out a little bit, breaking out as 20 period moving average, and I think I got stopped out right here near the close because I was, not liking that it was possibly closing below that 20. Yeah, yeah, that's fine. You can see my positions. These are stocks that I'm in right now. Uh, I thinned out I've thinned out a lot over the last couple of days, and I got a little hedge on in the SPXS, which I don't know. I'm gonna keep them probably until unless they go negative on me. Good question, Sam. So some trades, it may be a 3 to 5 day hold, just depending on it. But as a matter of fact, I had this PDD for a very long time and made some good profits on it, but I just got stopped out recently. Breaking below these 10 and 20 period moving average. But I was in this one from this day right here. Yeah, so I was in, or maybe, gosh, yeah, it was that day. So I was in that one for about 2 months. Uh, on that, bought it on that doji day right there. Had some nice profits getting in and out of it, but boy, yeah, just China's been. I'm all out of China now. Yeah, just it's not doing well. But I always keep my eye on it. There will be another day because when those things get moving, they can really move. You know what? I try not today. I did buy this. Steve pointed out this Kodak to me at 560, and I liked it on the daily. That was a good call by Steve coming down here and tagging that 20 period moving average. So I did enter that one today. Uh, let's see. Also, uh, oh, MU. I just talked about that. I entered that on the drive down this morning. I mean, the semis have been red hot. I think this is one of the probably better ones, and that was just a great opportunity, falling from 157 all the way down to 136. Uh, I wished I'd gotten more, but you got to be careful. I just went in with half a size on that, just because when you're buying stuff that's falling hard like that, you got to be careful because they can keep going on you. But no, I mean it won't keep me from taking positions today. There's a couple of things I did want to add to that hood, but being quad witching, I didn't want to add back in. I'll give this, maybe let it get back above the 10 period moving average before I add something like that one. But and Amazon is very tempting to add too because it's sitting up here. Let's see what's that high there. 188.35. So it's just below that high, and then you got a high over here of 188.31. So gets above those levels, it could go another buck and a half real easy. But I I got a good price in this thing, so I don't want to kill my average on a quad witching when these things could just roll back over real easy. Yeah, Nestor, my review, my swim strategy. My pool's not very big, so I don't have it's no, my swing strategy is I like setups, okay? Uh, trying to think of some of the ones today that was actually, well, the hood. I mentioned hood in my video this morning. That was a nice little bottoming tail yesterday. If you look at the long-term picture, this could be setting up, you know, pulling back. Kathy was selling a lot, and I think people got nervous because she was selling, but I love their last earnings, and I like the way this. Here's what I like about it. If you take a look, and this is always a good idea to look at multiple time frames. All right, so this is MU, and I'm sorry, hood, and look at it on the monthly here. It looks like it's finally breaking out, and I would be surprised if this thing wasn't up, to 26 area possibly in the next couple of weeks. But I'm just liking the way it finally based forever Gosh, look at that, 2 year base for 2 years, and then finally breaking out of it. So now I was buying this much a lot earlier. My average price now doesn't look all that great, but I've taken profits, so I've my average price now doesn't look all that good, but I've been in and out of it now for several weeks. But that's the kind of thing I do. I look for setups, and I'll have different strategies, just like I told you that MU today. If I see a stock that's just been ripping for several days, and then all of a sudden 2 days it's getting hammered down to a nice support level and a key moving average, I will definitely do some out of the box thinking and buying stuff like that. But getting back to the Amazon was a setup. I highlighted this. You had a stock that bounced. I didn't trade it in here because it was below its moving average, but then it came back and started defending. See how it was defending both the 20 and the 30? So I highlighted it on this day, and then I ended up buying it. I didn't catch the initial move, but once again, this was setting up nice. You can see the wedge pattern. If I draw it, you got a nice little wedge here. It's kind of a slot, but anyway, there you go. Nice little bull flag, if you will, and it's getting above it. So I like the setup. I do look for setups. Try to think of another example. GPS was on the radar. Sometimes I like this and that failed. This is why you don't assume it's going to do anything. But I like the way it was getting pinched after earnings right here in the 20 and the 10. Now it did fail, and this is why you try not to predict what's going to happen, and you let the price action come to you, and let your alerts trigger. Trying to think. BT, I've been in forever. This thing has been setting up forever, but it just won't go. If it goes, because Cipher. Now this is a Bitcoin miner. Now that's ugly, but it never. And BDTR was another one that had a nice run in it, and that's actually setting up again too. But anyway, I've seen a lot of these little small cap ones go. Right now, Bitcoin's a little bit under pressure, so you kind of need Bitcoin to stabilize and maybe start moving higher. But if it does, keep an eye on this BT. I If Bitcoin can get a bounce, I'm almost certain this thing is going to rip. But it's a big if. If you like small caps. No, I don't really play a lot of options. I did uh back when I was day trading. I would swing with options, and uh I would just play straight calls. Uh I don't get fancy. Uh let's see. Would I short ITOS? Probably not here. Reason being, it's on this 50. It's sitting on its 50 right here, and you can see it's kind of bounced right off of it. Now, if it breaks that 50, well, you got a little support here. Yeah, this looks like it has, it may want to fill this gap at some point. But when I short, I don't short in the hole. In other words, I don't chase a stock maybe that's been bleeding. That doesn't mean it can't be effective, but a lot of times what I'll do is I'll let it bounce, and then I'll short on a moving average. Just kind of like what I do when I buy, like buying that MU. I'll put alert maybe right here and say, well, if this bounces back up to this level, I may want to get short. Kind of right here, you can see if you shorted this breakdown right here. Look at that bar came up, popped, and then finally rolled over. Shorting's tough, and if you chase shorts, unless they're doing some really good momentum to the downside, like that CX has been doing for months. This one as well. But hold on just one sec. I gotta tell my daughter something. Excuse me just a minute. I gotta check some positions here. But all right, let's take a look around and see if we can find some action. I know Place was on Barry's. That was a nice little alert that Barry had this morning in Place on his watch list. It looks like it went off at 7:46. Rocket Lab poking its head above the $5 level. It's done that before, gotten wicked right back down. I do like Nvidia. As a matter of fact, I was hoping Nvidia. I had an alert, I'd set several days ago if it came back down here. I just don't like it up here. It's kind of like Micron. I would rather be patient and wait for my price, uh, especially when they're overextended this much. I still think there's a chance that this may, come down here to this moving average. Now I'm going to move it up a little bit because good chance it'll be higher by the time it gets down there. But yeah, I'm always anytime I see an extended stocks, I'll put alerts in there and wait for pullbacks. For being a swing trader, I don't like to chase. Disney's been trying to bottom here. It's got back above its 2 period, and this is on my watch list today, but it's still obviously in a nasty downtrend. But one to watch if you like trying to buy turnarounds. Stick alert up here near highs in case it makes it up there. Take a look at the big boys. Apple trying to dig in here right at its 10-period moving average. Google was on the list today, and that was a nice move. It was on my watch list. I highlighted it in my video. I liked all the internets. I liked Google. I liked Amazon. Netflix really hasn't done a whole lot. No, it wasn't Netflix. What else? Meta. Meta really hasn't done anything, but it was setting up. Set an alert right there. Halo's a nice. It's been on my swing trade watcher for the last couple of days. Looks like it wants to go this high over here. And some things just AMD been trying to bounce. So if it's trading below the VWAP in this exit, well, I mean, never a good sign, if it's trading below the VWAP, but obviously you cannot necessarily rely just on one indicator like a VWAP. I mean, it could pop back up real easy. Now, what I'd be watching, what I love is the 10-period moving average. So what I would do maybe is just stick an alert down here, right at that 10-period moving average, and see if it gets down there, how it reacts. Huge relative volume. Well, silver's been tricky lately. I bought it back over here on the 50, but I scalped it out real quick for small because it couldn't get going back over that thing, and then of course got the gap up, and now look, it's just sloppy. It's a tough trader. And Bido, which of course is the Bitcoin, looks like it may want to have a date with that 200 day at some point because it's really broken all its little trends here. Yeah, broke it a while back. Guess you can get a longer one. Yeah, that's about it. Interesting for a scalp here. This ring getting a bar reversal after all this carnage, but that would definitely be a scalp if I played something like that. There's a little big bar there in the ADT. That's probably why ring is getting a little bounce. Not crazy volume, but it's a pretty big bar. Let's see. Do you feel the more traders watch a pattern, the less it works? Not Sam. Not sure exactly what you mean there. I'm pretty much a pattern trader. I love looking for, setups. Now here's the key. I mean, if they don't, you just got to get out. If That's what I like about, a setup. So in other words, if it fails, take this Amazon for example that I bought yesterday. At what did I buy it at 185 area. I mean, that's a setup that I'm looking for it to break out to the upside, kind of like it's trying to do today. Now, this thing turns around and falls back and breaks this trend and breaks these moving average. To me, that is a failed setup. I'm quick to get out. I'm not one to, sit in and say, well, I'm going to wait for it to break down, below its this trend line. So, in other words, yeah. So some may want to jump in this and say, well, I got a downtrend up here, I got an uptrend right here. I am going to hold this thing. It's going to have to break 180 for me. That's not me. I kind of go into a setup anticipating what it should do out of this setup, and if it fails, I'm usually pretty quick to get out, just because it did not do what I anticipated for it to do, and I don't want to hang on being a hoper, especially if the market's rolling over. A lot of other things will depend, you know, on my stop, but uh, but that's my method. I mean, I know a trader who's really good. He plays long term trends. There's that NXL hitting the 10 period now. Peter, going back to that. Now, this is what you want to watch, in my opinion. You have an area back here, right? That it kind of broke out of, and now you got the 10 period moving average. So now you got support and you got a 10 period moving average. So I'm not saying it's a good place to enter, but I would definitely, if I'm in this thing, would want it to hold that level. But I hope that makes sense for you, Sam. That's the way I like trading. If Now sometimes I may get out of a trade that may turn, but that's okay. I think over the long run, me being keeping things tight, and because a lot of these setups are that I see are accustomed to having very nice moves to the upside when they break out of these patterns. And but if they fail, you're on the wrong side, because other traders are on that looking at that pattern too. Yeah, it could be ugly. Yeah, that's definitely, Sam. Amazon shorting Amazon is definitely contrarian. Uh, I mean, if you think the market could potentially roll over and this could fail, I mean, I think there's a lot better stocks to short out that side, other than one that's up today about 1% in a down market. Oh man, gosh, yes, over my 27 years of actively trading, there's definitely been some mistakes. I'm trying to think the biggest one ever. Probably I'm trying to think. I'm sure it was back during, the internet bubble. I wasn't shorting, but you were getting pullbacks back during that day. And this is how you have to learn, and this is where a lot of traders fail to learn and adapt. It's like, things are just going crazy, back in the 2000, early 2001, the internet bubble. I mean, just, oh man, it was it was a good time to be a trader, that's for sure, for the long side. But boy, once that market broke, and you're trying to, buy into that downward momentum, thinking, oh man, it's gonna come back. These things have been crazy for a year and a half. And yeah, I think I remember getting in one. I think it was Broadcom back in the day, or Qualc. It was anyway. Uh, yeah, I remember taking a pretty big beating on that, thinking it was going to bounce, and kept buying more. And yeah, but I learned from it. I'm like, whoa, okay, this is different. Yeah, you know what? I try not to, Sam. I try not to get too caught up, in macroeconomics and stuff like that, economy. No, I'm basically just trading technically. And, you know, yeah, that doesn't mean, I mean, Amazon could easily stall here in reverse. I'm very aware of that, especially if the market rolls over. But at the same time, I'm not trying to, like I said, try to figure out, does Amazon have the right amount of revenues and sales to support this price? Nah, that has nothing to do with my trading. Not to say that I won't look at some, you know, fundamentals. Yeah, there's definitely some times when when I'm, entering a trade, I'll look at fundamentals. Typically not with the big boys like, Amazon and things like that. They're pretty sound companies. But if I'm trading some, low float small cap stock, yeah, I'll take a peek at the at the fundamentals to see, what their cash to debt ratio is, what their, are they making money? Is there any quarterly revenue growth? How does that look? But a lot of times too, on this, quad witching days like today, you kind of can throw everything out the window, man. Nothing seems to make. That's why I didn't add to my Amazon. Yeah, there you go. Too much info will prevent you from making trades. Yeah, if you're, and plus, I know I'm very disciplined on getting out. So yeah, I think so, Sam. I mean, if the more you can treat it, like a game, obviously you have to give it respect, because you're playing with real money. But the more you can relax and treat it like a game versus, you know, hardcore trading, and getting too caught up in it, yeah, I think it's going to benefit you. Yeah, fear is the biggest problem that traders have. And if you find yourself, in that situation, that's the beautiful thing about trading. All you got to do is cut your size down to where you don't have that fear. I don't care if it's 10 shares. Okay, you cannot trade scared. Yep, there you go, Trader 77. Yeah, that's exactly what it was, man. Um as a matter of fact, when I first started trading back in 90 what was it, 98, 97, 98, it was in San Diego office, and we had some big traders come up from Houston. They were with the same company we were, and so they can like to come out to San Diego and trade, and of course enjoy the San Diego weather uh, and beaches. And they had 10, 15, 20 million dollar accounts, and they have been trading since the early 90s. And you had a huge bull market from basically 90 all the way to 2001, and that's all they ever did was, man, something sold off, Dell, Cisco, they buy more, they'll buy more. And of course it would always bounce and go higher, and they were making a killing. But I heard that a lot of those traders blew up like $15 million accounts because they weren't able to adapt and change their style to what was after in the crash in 2001. They kept trying to go back to the same dance with the one who brung them, and that was not working. And Steve and I wrote I can't remember who it was. We wrote an article when we wrote Today Trader about how important it is to adapt to the current conditions in the market. And trust me, we've pretty much been in a bull market since, the 2000 and what, 7, 2008, 9 crash. We've had very little bear markets, and they don't last very long. They last about a month or two, and we're right back because of all the money being thrown at at the economy over the years. But at some point, it's going to come to an end, and it's going to come to an ugly end. And I'm afraid there's probably a lot of traders, that hasn't experienced a real crash. Because let's face it, we haven't had a real crash where you lose, 50%, uh, of the spies and Qs, and they just literally will drop 50%. And you don't think it can happen, but when it does, a lot of people get deer in the headlights, man, and they don't know what to do. And the thing about it is, you can make a lot of money when it happens if you're a good short seller. Mhm. I can remember me and Steve and I had when was that crash? The flash crash. Who remembers what year that was in? I was doing a trading room like Barry does. I wish I'd been recording it. That would have been great stuff, to have on video. But that flash crash was crazy. I don't know if anybody was trading that. Gosh, there was so much opportunity if you were, but you didn't know when to jump in, man. The stuff just kept falling. Uh, yeah, that's a tough one. Single most indicator. Typically what I like to look at is 50 period moving average is always, yeah, 2010. Sam, thank you. Uh, I think you watch the 50. That's kind of the indicator that kind of dictates whether a stock or a market is in a downtrend or an uptrend. Okay, let's just because it's just basically uh, the way they trend. You can see here when the spies broke this 50. You see how nasty it got for the next week after that. It's because a lot of traders out there are saying, "Oh boy, they're breaking the 50. This is kind of the indicator. We're getting into a bear market." It doesn't mean you're in a bear market. Obviously, that's not the definition. If it the has to sell off a certain percentage over a certain time, but people get real nervous when that 50's broke. So what I would do is when a market or let's call this, let's use the SPY. If the SPY breaks the 50, watch the action over the next, several days. And if you see tons of volume, and very little bounces coming up and testing it like it did over here, and then finally got through, and in other words, if it stays below it for several weeks, be careful, especially if you start seeing downside volume, because that can kind of give you a little indicator that, hey, this is for real. Okay, maybe this is going to be a serious bear market. And then of course you got the 200 day after that, which the spies, my goodness, where is that thing? It's way down here. But so that's kind of if I had to pick one indicator, 50 is kind of the guiding hand and whether you're in a upward trending or a downward trending market. No, because usually though the algo traders are mostly on a shorter time frame. I don't think it's going to really affect uh, my style. Well, yeah, we have a lot of clients that come to us, wanting to, use our brokerage plus auto trader in in some sort of fashion to compete, uh, with some of the algo traders, and it's really fruitless because there's no way. First of all, they have co-located computers right next to the exchanges, so they see the data, milliseconds all they need before you see your orders and everything else. See your hate to say it, but see your stop orders and everything. But so yeah, you're not going to compete with the Citadels and the Virtues, Goldman Sachs. That's what made me change my style. It was around 2007, 2008. Man, I started watching Level Two, and I'm like, whoa, what's going on here, man? And it was just crazy. I'd have a stop order in, and there would be like, you know, I remember I had it on video too, and I remember displaying that for the group, and it was amazing. Yeah, I can't remember the stock, but I had a stop order in on a stock. It was around an $850 stock, and there was like 5 levels from 850 all the way down to 845, probably showing 70,000 on the bid in that 5 cent span. And I'm sitting there watching it, and I had a stop level, like it was like a couple of thousand shares, and I had a stop at 849, and all of a sudden it triggered, and I sit there and watched. It happened so fast, and I got 9 cents lower, and I'm serious. There was at least 70, 80,000 on the bid within 5 cents, and they just all disappeared and filled me like at 841. I'm like, okay, this is something's going on. And then, yes, about a month later, you started hearing about high frequency trading. And I said, okay, that's my days are done. Let's let's see if we can. So I had to play smaller size, and your stops had to be. They could no longer be 10 or 15 cents. I had to make them like 25 cents. Uh, and yeah, but yeah, it was crazy transition. I remember that. Yeah, when it comes to moving averages, and you're right, a lot of algos are designed to kind of, maybe make you cough up your shares because they know a lot of traders use these moving averages. So yes, I typically, uh, will keep that in the back of my mind when I'm entering a trade or when I'm exiting a trade. I'll keep in the back of my mind. okay, this, I got to give myself, an extra 50 or 60 cents here because I could see them taking this right down and flushing below this moving average and popping back up. Well, it's kind of like hood. Yesterday on this 20 period that was I did sell some, but it was very difficult not to sell it all because you're getting this action at the open, then to get at midday, and then it's like, so you got to give yourself a little wiggle room, that's for sure, especially when you're swing trading. Day trading is a little bit different because that's a pretty big move on a day trading time frame. Well, speaking of overnight market gaps, I can kick myself, after the crash in 2009. About a year after that, I was noticing that the markets from midnight Eastern time till about 5 in the morning were getting these incredible moves. All right, you can call it what you want, plunge protection team, whatever it is. It's been documented. I've seen a video on it where a guy's taken all this data and showed you that over 50% of the move we've seen in the spies over like a 5-year period, over 50% of those, or maybe even higher than that, maybe 65% were happening overnight between 12 and 5 in the morning. So, yeah, I could kill myself for not having some sort of uh, algo set up, on the futures market just to buy, just to buy at midnight, and sell at 5 in the morning. You could have done very well. But no, I don't. I don't worry about gaps when I'm swing trading. You can't. It'll keep you out of good trades. Okay, the spies are trying to break back down here. Yeah, I can definitely see a doji day today. Amazon's trying to pull back. EMU's pulling back. Oh no, it's okay, Sam. No, this is yeah. You want, if you have somebody that's been trading a long time, pick their brain. These miners are getting pretty weak. The Bitcoin miners, even though Bitcoin just kind of trading where it opened up. Riot on lows, Mara on lows. Those things are the hardest thing to trade. I'm in this BTBT. I don't have very much, but yeah, I think we're working. At some point, we'll have the problem we have is we have so much data. We have than what everybody else has. We have just tons and tons of data, and it's real expensive, to open up all the data. So we're working on something where we can at least do price. All you really need is maybe price and volume data, and where we can back test. I know Michael mentioned something about that. I'm afraid now, though, with all the algos in the marketplace, I'm not sure how much you can even trust it, trust the back testing. All right, let's take a look real quick and see if anything. Robot trying to. Yeah, what's going on with the sign? That was a pretty big move. Seems some of the ARC stocks with a nice little move today. I'm not sure why. The sector it's not doing much, but you see in this twist. Let's see, Path Hood's having a good day. Poor Teledoc, man. That thing's just use another one. That thing just talk about a death march. Good lord. That's that's got like that's like a going out of business death march. Yes, Mr. Q Mason, that is right. Boy, I wonder is that you talk about a semi that can't get anything going. You gotta wonder, man, if they're ever gonna get a good AI chip. DQ doing? Nothing. Set alert right there, just in case. All right. Only a few minutes left. You guys had lots of good questions. Yeah, that's a that's a good point, Sam. You can back test and have an incredible strategy. Uh, but I think the key is knowing when to turn it on, knowing when to implement that strategy, and that's what a lot of people don't realize. They do all this back testing, and really you can outperform your back testing if you just know when to hit the go switch on it. Because I have built some scans for swing trading that would work great, and then all of a sudden you'd get in a downturn, kind of like MU here, and for the next 2 weeks doesn't work that way. So you know maybe put some filters in there that would not execute a trade if it's below a key moving average, or whatever you would want to use, a trend line, to keep you out of it, unless. I heard that, Barry.
Okay.
Spooky, man.
Trying to be. Ooh, I can't wait for October 31st. Are we? Are you on? Is that a Friday? Take a look. Is that a Friday? Then I can really spooky to you
Oh, let's see.
on
I
Halloween.
don't know. It's a long ways off. Let's
A
see.
long ways off.
No, it's a Thursday. You get to spook
Ah,
Steve.
shoot. Well, maybe you and Steve can switch. You guys do that every now and then. So let me
Sure.
ask you this, Andy. In all the years you've been with Trade Ideas, did you ever auto trade fully?
Not with real money. No. I tested it, and actually performed pretty good for a while. uh, Gosh, I'm trying to think of what I was using back then, but what strategy it was. It more than likely it was this pullback strategy. It's a pullback where let me just pull it up real quick.
So you did it. So you fully automated it, even with like an automated exit. You didn't have any hand in getting out at a certain price. You fully automated it.
I had stop. I didn't have targets. So what I did is I just put stops in there and just let it run. But it was something like this. Now it's not performing good anymore. It's just what happens with strategies.
Right.
But
So you would automate in terms of the entry, but you would manually exit unless you got stopped out.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. Like this hood came through here today. I mean, it was a stock that's pulled back, but above its 50-period moving average. It doesn't have to be anywhere near it. It just has to be above it, and then you get a bar reversal, and that's what happens. Yeah, this is a strategy I was using, and there you go again. Stock's pulled back. You get the alert on the bar reversal. It's a neat little strategy, but I don't think it's performing well right now. Let's just take a look real quick.
My question, of course, is that because we get so many people who want to auto trade, never mind the AI, but even just their own, and I'm just so like fully automate. They just want to turn it on in the morning, count their money when they come back, and I'm just so fully against that.
Yeah, no.
emphasize.
No, I think you can put stops in there, but
Yeah.
and I'm not a big fan of trailing stops or profit targets, because what's to keep going? Why do you want to sell it?
Exactly. Well, even
Yeah.
stop. So, with the automated strategy, you have to have the same stop for every, and that to me makes no sense at all.
No.
Because I mean, every stock to me, I look at every stock every stock is unique. It'll have a stop. It won't be like 10 cents away, 20 cents away, or a certain percentage away. And I don't believe in just putting the low of the day as your
Right.
stop.
Right.
So all my stops have to be based on something. And if you have an automated strategy, you can't do that. You
No.
really can't. You really can't do that.
No.
So
And you know what? I sit there, played around with it, and I told myself, I said, you know what? I've always been a discretionary trader, and I've done well at it. Why do I want to start reinventing, you know, my
right.
style? Because here's the thing. I mean, if you've been trading for a long time and you're a decent trader, you're going to your stops and your targets are going to be much better than what a strategy that you build because you're able
Oh
to see
yeah.
so much that the algo can't. Uh,
To coin an old phrase, you go with the flow.
that's right. There
Literally.
you go.
I mean, that's
Yeah.
what it really is all about. You go with the flow, and if the
Yep.
flow is in your favor, you keep. Ooh,
Yep. Exactly.
what just got? Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm just getting an alert here. A halt on FLV. Oh, it doesn't matter. Um, Yeah, so I mean, we see all these comments come or all these emails coming in. I want to auto trade. I want to auto trade. I want to auto trade, and I just cringe. If believe me, and
Mhm.
I say it every day, if auto trading was such a great thing, believe me, I'd be doing it. You
Exactly.
think you think I want to I mean, I don't mind. I love trading. I don't mind sitting in front of a computer for 6 hours a day in, day out for the last 10 years.
Yep.
But but if I could, if believe me, although if I could turn my machine on at 9:30 and just count my money at 4 o'clock Eastern time every day, uh, of course I do it.
Yeah.
Just can't be done.
I mean, well, here's the thing. I can understand somebody creating a scan that will get them in the positions. I mean, like this
Yep.
TGI. Look at this TGI came through today,
Hmm.
and just beautiful. And but if you're sitting here and you're trying to, you're not going to catch that. I mean,
No.
it's not doing huge volume. It's kind of in no man's land, but an algo could pick this up. But I think a lot of these things are going to fail, right off the bat. Let's see if I can find something that, well, that one, well, actually, they're all working pretty good today.
Okay,
But there
switch
you go.
gears.
There you go.
Yeah.
If I was running this and letting these get in trade and then just be like a little hedge fund manager and just look at them and just say, okay, if this breaks here, like this AGO, if it breaks down below these two candles right here, I want out, and
Mhm.
uh, yeah, it could be very effective. But I think if you try to turn it on and let it go, yeah, it's going to be a mess because you're going to know when to take profits better than the algo is for sure.
Exactly.
Hmm.
All right, my friend.
All
Well, we'll
right,
let
Barry.
you go. Have a great weekend, and we'll see you next Friday, I guess.
Yeah, I'll be here.
All right. All
All
right.
right,
I hope
Barry.
so.
Have
Okay.
have a good weekend, buddy, and
Okay.
everybody do
Bye
the
bye.
same. Bye bye.
Okay, guys, I've taken over in both rooms now, back in both rooms now. Let me get rid of the message. And last thing, get my music on. Okay, guys. Take a look at Kroger. This one has just been, will it or will it not take out 50? I mean, it has been sitting on this area for quite a while now. Earnings play yesterday. All right. Take a look at the NIVF. I saw that one earlier. Yeah, very choppy. Okay, guys. Well, I'm not seeing. Let's see. The last alert I had in the this very active scanner was 10 minutes ago. That was the LRMR. I'm going to do something here. I'm going to exit trade ideas and come back in. So just give me a moment. All right, I am back. Well, you know what, guys? I wonder if I should take this Kroger. It's breaking down through 50, and the next low looking left was yesterday, I believe, 49.7. So you know what? Would have to take out 49.72. And then the low over here is 49.72. This was earnings. And so let's just see if it takes out this 49.72. Actually, that's 49.69. So yesterday was 49.72. Last week it was 49. So I'm going to stick an alert around 49.64. Whoops, 49.64, and see if it can actually take that out. Because I have a feeling if it does, let's take a look at the monthly chart. Yeah, so the next low looking left on the monthly chart. Oh, actually, that's 49. So you know what? It's really going to have to take out 49, because then the next low is around 44, 48. So I'm going to have to stick an alert down here around 49 then, because there could be some support between 49 and 50 for this KR. All right, guys, you know what is starting to curl up a little bit here is NNE. This is, of course, that very active one here. Starting to curl up a little bit here. High of the day was 1492, so Columbus did something then. Or anyway, NNE. Is it best time to buy PL? Okay, when you ask, I'm talking to Jackie in our YouTube room. First of all, you know, I'm not an investment advisor, okay? So I cannot say yes. I can't say no. What I can say is, are you talking about buying it like right now because you see a green bar? I mean, it's still in a downtrend. You know, still in a downtrend. You'd have to wait and see if the downtrend gets broken, in my opinion, anyway. Now, if you think you like it right now, do it. But I mean, to me, it's still in a downtrend. Yeah, there's a bottoming tail there, but to me, you know, you're sort of, to me, you're guessing if it's going to continue, if that's what you're talking about. If you're talking about as a swing, there's nothing really telling you to buy it as a swing, in my opinion. Have to know your time frame you're talking about, Jackie. So we've got a bunch of downgrades also, you know, in it right now. Downgraded the stock from neutral to sell. So I mean, you know, whether you believe in these downgrades, and this is for Palantir. But it has to be up to you. I know I wouldn't be buying it for any reason right now, even as an intraday trade. Yeah, you might be right, Poe, in terms of if NXL holds to like it's trying to, could have that end of day run. So it's above that 10 SMA that Steve likes. And it's at the VWAP. 214 is the VWAP for NXL. It's right at that VWAP area. Now the volume. So the 1 o'clock volume was good. The 1 to 115. Can it persist though? That was good. You know, you can see, at least you see that volume bar right there. At least it's, you know, it's standing out. But is the volume going to continue? You know, right now it doesn't look, I mean, we're only a minute in, so. All right, I'm going to put a price alert around 218 for this NXL and see if I can break through that. But I'd like to see some volume. Hertz, haven't seen Hertz for a long time, guys. HTZ. We got clobbered down on earnings whenever earnings were 3 months, well, July 25th. So probably back in April. Yeah, market's not doing much, guys. I mean, the Dow, SPY's down a little, Dow's up a little, NAS is down a little. Market's not really doing too much. It's kind of a bit of another chop fest. So unless we can see some kind of a low floater that is doing something, most of these things are going to kind of follow the market. Man, okay, guys. I mean, I'm just sort of looking at a bunch of stuff. Thumbnail charts, not seeing too much, and I'm not really seeing anything that I'm that. Oh man, I bet you this SCS though. Yeah, lost sight of it. I mean, I talked about this earlier, and I think it was on a 12 break, right? Right. Well, maybe not. Maybe it was even here, 1267. And this is a sort of on the comeback trail. Had earnings yesterday. Look at this. I mean, it's possible. Well, there's where it closed, the day before earnings at 1260. So it's above that now. Yeah, it closed down here at 1217, but it has shrugged off that earnings release and doing quite well now. And that is SCS. The high of the day was at 1342. High in the pre-market was at around 1350. So 123, guys. I'm probably going to take off almost for sure around 2:30, maybe even a little earlier. Might institute summer hours for myself. I'm just not too interested in hanging around to the end most days now. William will keep the room open until 4 o'clock or 3:55 today, he said. All right, guys. Now there's ICU. ICU is taking this out. So this is going on a bit of a late day run here. ICU. ICU, guys, going on a bit of you see a little bit of volume coming in. What time is it? 1:24. So 6 minutes for this to close. Let's see if it takes out 7 again. Maybe one of these that has a late day run. Sorry, you got to, this spread here for ICU. Yeah, I mean, it's too much. I mean, look at that, 691, 706. I mean, that's way too much for a $7 stock. It's got to tighten up. It was not like this when I got it earlier. VKTX, okay, take a look at VKTX from William. VKTX, yeah, big volume coming in for it. Biggest volume bar of the day right now. Almost opening 9:30 is usually always the biggest one, but this has got another 3 minutes to close, so this could be the biggest volume bar of the day on the 15-minute chart anyway for the VKTX. Okay, so Tom, you're talking about now looking on the weekly chart. You're saying this is ranging. I can see, yeah, between 20 and 19. Is that what you mean? I mean, it's pretty ugly looking on a intraday chart, but so what would you be planning to do with this? Buy on the low swing. So so I still don't understand. I mean, where are you going to buy this? I mean, right now it's not breaking out at all, right? It's sort of even on a daily chart, it's starting to move down. So I don't understand. Where would be your trigger to buy? At the low here, like at 19? I think that's pretty tricky, but yeah, it's nothing yeah, I mean, it's nothing that I see, okay? Doesn't mean it's not good. It's nothing that I see. I mean, maybe it's because I'm being looking at this ugly 15-minute chart, which is, total chaos in my opinion. See, right now, what I see is a stock in a downtrend on the daily. And if it took out that 1918, but what you're saying is that every time it hit 19, you would want to buy it because that's kind of what's been happening. Every time it hits 19, it pops up a bit. Yeah, I'm not. I mean, it's an interesting way of looking at it, I suppose. But where are you going to put your price alert? And something like this, for instance, okay, if you're waiting for to get back, say to 19, not sure where you're going to be putting your price alert. I mean, you could put your price alert at 19 or in that area to see if it gets there, I guess, and then figure out what you want to do from there. Are you going to play that bounce off 19, hoping it'll keep kind of doing this? Well, a price alert, of course, is something you have to set. You'd have to see this ahead of time and say, okay, I'm interested. You should, but you know what? I mean, they're not there. There won't be that many that's going to have this tight a range in a weekly chart, perhaps. Can you give me another example? Yeah, I mean, it's a tough one for me, Tom. I just don't see it. I see what you're looking at. This is like between what 770 and 819 or 7 between 7 and 8 sort of. But so you're suggesting that every time it would hit 7, you would buy it, hoping it would bounce back up to that 8. So where are you getting all these? Now, there's the FXN. So now that broke down. Where are you getting all these? So where are you finding these? You made a scanner, like a Trade Idea scanner. Okay. How many alerts do you have? How many came in the scanner approximately? Well, that many. Okay. Maybe tighten it up a bit. But okay, so let's take a look at FXN. So, I mean, this is already broken down on the weekly chart. There's 19. Yeah, I just don't see. I guess it's just sort of not what I look at, you know. So it's hard for me to see. I mean, because what you're suggesting right now is okay. It's at 18. I'm going to buy it and hope it bounces back up to 19. Because it's kind of done that, you know, for a few weeks in the past. Well, do it. Then do it. I mean, you know, to me, it looks like it's a bit of a downtrend, though, in terms of the weekly chart. But you know, you can try it in a simulator, see how it would work. So in this case, let's say, okay, you're going to buy this at 18. Where are you going to put your stop? I see a low down here of 1779 or so on the daily. Where would you put your stop? Just below the lower band on the VWAP. So 1808 is the VWAP. I don't know where the lower band would be, but but 1808 is the VWAP. So where would you put your stop then? What is the lower band on the VWAP according to you? $17.98. But you're not going to be buying at 18 and putting a stop at $17.98. So where are you going to buy it then? What would be your trigger to buy this? Oh, I see. So you would be buying it over the VWAP at 1808 right now, approximately, and then putting your stop at 17.98. Just trying to understand your thought process on this. Oh, I see. So you've got your VWAP at 17. So we have it at 1808. Okay, so we'll do it. And let's just see what happens. That'd be a pretty tight stop for a swing, but hey, you'll know it's going to work pretty quickly. So it sounds like you've got the scan. Then you've got the scan that's showing you things that you want. So, I mean, if you've got 30 or 40, I mean, it sounds like a lot, but you know, to go through 30 or 40 charts, probably it won't take you long because they're not all going to look great. And then you just, out of the 30 or 40, maybe you find 10, maybe you find 5 that look good. just by quickly scanning, looking at the weekly. But you also talked about an average true range, so okay, Tom. Well, fold. Oh, you're not at the dock. I thought you meant you're in dock. You didn't capitalize C. I thought you meant you're at the doctor right now. So you're in dock. Okay. Well, if you're looking to swing it, like a short-term swing, I'm wondering if you want other things to maybe align. I know Steve loves his 10 SMA, and so it's below that. If it got into it, that might be resistance. But the other thing you mentioned was an average true range. Now, of course, if a stock that is just kind of doing this, its average true range is not going to be that great, is it? I mean, in terms of its normal. So, if you look at Doc right now, its average true range is 38 cents. That's what it's, and it's only 67% of that. So nothing abnormal. Now let's take a look at some of the other ones. What did you mention before? AIV? 49%. What was another one? FXN, okay, FXN. 62%. I mean, it's unlikely, you're going to find anything, but I don't know, want to get it as close to the average true range, maybe as possible. Give me some more. Let's see if we can figure out maybe one that is, at least doing average. Because remember with that 62, if you can see my screen, that today's range, that 62%, what that means is the average true range is 32 cents. It's only 62% of that today. So, say 20 cents. It would be interesting to see of the 30 and 40, if there's anything that has an average true range that is a little bit, there you go. At least it's 133%. Okay, at least there's that. Now, whether this works or not, I don't know, but at least it is trading. So what you might want to do is put, what this filter is? You know what it's called? It's today's range. So this is the change from the open as the percent of the average true range. Okay. I don't know if you've used this one before. Okay. So if you add that filter, and if you put 100, that means it's at least trading its normal range, at least. And you can see that MIR is above that. The other ones were below. You might want to just stick 100 in there, and you'll whittle down the number of stocks you have, of course, but maybe that'll be a little bit better. I don't know. It may not matter. I mean, your doc might work without it, but when you first asked this question, you were talking about the average true range. Are you using the filter at all? And whatever you've got? Oh, okay. The other thing to consider is the stock positive for the day? I don't know. That's another consideration. Maybe make it positive for the day. Doesn't have to be, up 100% or anything, but don't talk to me about SCS draw. Completely blew this one, lost sight of it. This was a nice one on the bounce. So yeah, so maybe add that. Let me add that filter just to see what it would look like. I mean, it may dramatically reduce the number to nothing. No. Now, why would that be? You said you had mirror before. So again, you're looking for stocks. Oh, so maybe because of this bounce, it's not in the lower 10% now. That's probably it. Maybe that's what it is. It's not in the lower 10% anymore, like you've got here. So I mean, that's going to be a tough filter to meet. So maybe I reduce it to, I don't know, 80%. Boy. No, I'm doing something wrong. Okay, this is what I want to do. I want to add that as a column. Oh, there you go. There you do have as a column. Hmm. Well, all you can do is try it because what you've got right now is it's very rare that I mean the MIR got off the list because it's starting to move up, so it must be not in the lower 10% of the days range now. That's the reason. Well, good luck. That's what happened to Doc. I can tell you, I'm pretty sure that's what happened to Doc. You see, when it had that green candle, because you got a restriction here. This is now I don't know if you want to keep it, but um, stocks where the price can't be more than 10% above the low of the day. So you've got your daily candle. It's got to be in the lower end. And so when Doc was doing this, it moved above it. But now that it's doing this, it's probably it's probably at that. Well, in fact, well, I guess if we oh, come on. Get rid of the graphical indicator. Okay. So you can see this is where these are the numbers. So you can see Doc is at 9.8% right now. Okay. So obviously when it popped up a little bit, it was above that 10% threshold that you wanted. And FXN should still be there because it's right at that 10%. So if you're looking, does that make sense? Just get rid of the graphical indicator and then you'll. Oh, I don't know if I'm better figuring out the scan. I'm just looking at why something didn't happen. That's all. Well, let's try it next week and just see. Click on a few of these. If you raise it to 20%, you'll get more symbols for sure. But more is not necessarily what you want. I mean, you got enough symbols here. It's not like you don't have enough symbols. Son of a gun. Sorry. Sorry, I was on mute. Sorry. Jeez. I don't even have to look at that little one in the support and questions. I know it'll be Pepe telling me I'm on mute. I'll be the great Karnak. There he is. Oh, man. So anyway, I was going to say that ICU here, if it can take out this 7 again, it could go on that late day run. Because the next high is 784. What did it get to? Got up to 751. So the next high in the daily chart is 784. And then there was the other one, right? The other NXL. NXL doesn't look like it's going to do it. Red light on the mic. I know. You would think it'd be the easiest thing in the world. And it should be the easiest thing in the world, but I think William might use Fidelity Active Trade Pro, Daniel. I know he has Fidelity, but I don't know the different classifications within Fidelity. There you go. So William does. Well, if William can answer, nobody can. How's that for pressure, William? I haven't seen this one for a while. Fufu. FU. We used to see this quite a bit. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Hey guys, this ASNS, it might have a shot here. The high yesterday was $2, so it's almost there. The high the day before was 255, so it would have some room into that high. It's a low float, 4.7 million in the float. Of course, it had this big pop this day, fell all the way back down, popped 2 days ago. Okay, guys, it's 2:04. I've a couple of things I want to do. I'm actually trying to load a program, and it's probably going to my computer is probably going to go a little bit crazy. So I will put myself on mute, and I'll hop back on the mic if there's a question. Say there, 375. You cannot. There's no more automated trading for Holly, okay? So that's a quick answer for that. You want to automate anything, you can automate your own strategies, but there's no automated trading for Holly anymore. Sorry. Well, how do you leverage it? Use it like a watch list, I mean, SWBI was a nice alert earlier on, 1501. The CLOV was not a battle. I mean, listen, I'm just looking at the ones today. Best way to do it, though, I mean, is just, if you have any experience trading, is, when you get the alert, click on it. If you like what you see on the chart, take the trade. Sometimes it sets up later on in the day, even. But for automation, there's no automation anymore, if that's what you mean. But excuse me, just give me a moment. Yeah, I mean, the alerts are, take them for what they are, okay? I use it like a watch list. So you get the alert, and again, you make up your mind. Does it look good to trade right now? If not, you can always wait, maybe put a price alert at another area that you think is better. It all depends on your style and your level of trading experience. But just to completely automate, just to go in, you get an alert at 15:01, take the trade immediately. You don't have to. There's always time to take a look and check out what is happening. SWBI was an earnings play, so my computer is. I'm doing some things in the background right now. So SWBI was an earnings play. So if you knew that, then okay, probably going to be active, pretty active. I mean, look at this, 21 times normal volume. Okay. So probably not the answer you wanted. I know most people still don't understand why we've taken away the automation of the AI. The bottom line is, to be harsh about it, it doesn't work. It works a lot better if there could be an argument to say, okay, you want to automate on the entry, maybe, but even then, I mean, sorry guys, it's my computer to go a little bit crazy. So, but even then, there is no mad panic to get into anything. Okay, in my opinion, whether or not you created your own scan, listen, if there was a mad panic to do it, I would be doing it. I'd be taking these things in like automation on the entry. For me, though, I always want to click on the alert. What do I see? Does it make sense to take the trade? What if, for instance, the AI says, okay, entry price 15:01. What if the 200-day moving average was, right underneath it at 14.93, as an example? Now if you have any trading expertise whatsoever, you probably look at that, go, well, I'm not going to take it. I mean, that 200-day moving average could be some support. Now it was sort of far enough away. It's down here at 14.50. But it's just sort of things like that there's, and if after your analysis, let's just say after your analysis, you click on SWBI, the entry suggestion was 15:01. You click on and you do your little analysis, and now it's at 14.97. It's not the end of the world. Okay. It's not, these are not designed, to make to make a couple of pennies. Okay, so let me put myself on mute again. I'm going to try this one more time. All right, guys, I'm back, sort of. What scan on my homepage is the biggest? It's called the biggest gainers from the start of the race. It may not be called that. Okay, so let me just take a look. It's going to be close, but it may not be exactly that. So, whoops. Give me a moment. So go to my homepage. I have my homepage link. Just put it in. So click on my homepage link, and you will see. Scroll down until you see my scans. Click here, and this is it. Okay, so it's just slightly differently named. Biggest gainers from the start of the race. Biggest gainers from the open. Okay, that's what it's called. Okay. All right, guys. Well, I'm getting set to wrap up. So before I go, just one last look at my homepage. All right. If you click on my homepage link, this is all the information you're going to see. Again, if you want to take out a subscription, please use the promo code that you see here. And this will help the room. The room gets credit for the subscription. This will really help to keep the room free. Getting started, get started. 10 short videos. You must do it before you do anything else. Trading 101, if you're new to trading, series of videos, all free for you. Daily stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for free, of course. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Education section is here, including the guide. And here are the scans that I am currently sharing. And one more time, if when you scroll down and you're trying to, and you don't see a click here, you do see the click here and the click here, just with your control key, press down on your keyboard, hit the refresh, and then the click here will come back. Okay. That's only if you're using an old cache, I suppose. So click here, and then here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. These are the 3 races. Yeah, this top one is named not quite the same, but it's the same one. And then these 2 races, the large cap losers, large cap gainers, the halts resumes over here. Where are you? There we are. But I'm sharing a lot of other scans that you can take a look at. I do not have them all up and running at the same time. ICU is a tough one right now, guys. I mean, it looks like it wants to break out. It really does. I mean, there was good volume on that previous 15-minute, the 2 o'clock 15-minute candle. There was good volume. You can see what happened. It popped up, but it came right back down. I mean, this could be, the one that's going to move, into the close. So William will keep the main room open until about 3:55, he said. So what I'm going to do now is put the main room link into our YouTube room. So those who are left in YouTube, if you want to head over to our main room, you can do so. Okay, so there's the link to get into the main room. Was there news? Not that I saw today. Excuse me, not that I saw today. But there had been, a little bit of action earlier, starting on the 11th, some kind of a presentation. And then on the 12th, presenting at the Emerging Growth Conference. But, not that I can see today specifically. The news really probably is the fact that it's a low float. And so traders somewhere decided, okay, let's do this low floater today. I mean, I'm just, I just don't see any news. I'm just looking at my Interactive Brokers headline news. I just don't see anything for today. I mean, Deutsche Bank, maybe. No, maybe it's Deutsche Bank. $22 price target. That was at 12.24. Maybe they came out with that earlier. I don't know. But here it goes, guys. And again, the next high looking left is 784. And how about 770 now? Okay, guys, I think I'll take off now. Unless there are any questions, I will certainly stick around if there are some questions. Otherwise, I will take off. I'll maybe hang around for another minute just to see if there's some questions. Thank you, Tom. I certainly will have a great weekend. And you too, and of course, everybody. Okay, guys, don't see any more questions, so I think I will take off. So have a great weekend. I'll get back on the mic at 9 o'clock Monday morning. So we'll see you then. So what I'm going to do now is I'm putting myself on mute in the main room, stopping the screen sharing. Putting myself on mute now. And now I have to go over to YouTube, and you guys, I have to boot you guys out because there's nobody who can moderate. So